Being live stream came up on the message.
Morning, Chair. You have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. This is the May 17, 2022 meeting of the Commission on Water Resource Management. Thank you for joining us. We are holding this meeting live online via Zoom and in the DLNR Kalanimoku boardroom on Punchbowl Street in Honolulu. People are able to participate via Zoom, and if you are signed up to present or testify, we'll call you in when the meeting is on your agenda item, and please keep your video and audio off until it's your turn to speak. And also when you're in the main meeting room, please turn your YouTube off so we don't get an echo. And members of the public are able to also listen live online via YouTube. Let's see, let me read the standard contested case statement. In some of the matters before the commission, a person may wish to request a contested case hearing. If such a request is made before the commission's decision, then the commission will consider the request first before considering the merits of the item before it. A person who wants a contested case may also wait until the commission decides the issue, then request the contested case after the decision. It's up to you. Any request must be made orally by the end of the meeting and followed up in writing within 10 days. If no request for contested case is made, the commission will make a decision and the department will treat the decision as final and proceed accordingly. On our agenda today, we will not be hearing item C5. So if you're here for that item, you can go about your day. We will not be taking up that item. And the D items, the Red Hill items, will be heard starting at 2 p.m. So if we finish before then, we will take a break until then. I would like to ask for a roll call of the commissioners, please. And if you are participating remotely, just say if anyone is in the room with you. So I'll just start off. Suzanne Case, the chair of the Commission on Water Resource Management, and I don't have anybody in the room with me. Commissioner Katayama.
Good morning, Chair Case. Wayne Katayama. I am in the room
Thank you.
by myself.
Thank you. Mr. Hannes.
Good morning, Neil Hannes, in the room by myself.
Thank you. Dr. Kagawa Viviani.
We're Kagawa Viviani, and I'm here by myself.
Okay, Michael Buck.
Good morning, Michael Buck in the room by.
And Kathy Ho. Oh, you're on mute, sorry.
Kathleen Ho, I'm alone.
Thank you. And Paul Meyer. Paul Meyer, can you hear?
Good morning, Chair. Paul Meyer. I'm alone.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
All right, with that, we will proceed to approval of the minutes. Item A, April 19, 2022 minutes. Commissioners, any changes or additions to the minutes? I don't think we have any public testimony on this. If not, yes.
I have just some minor edits that I'll send directly to Ray.
Okay, non-substantive.
Yeah.
Any others? Okay, if not, is there a motion to approve the April 19 minutes? Sorry. That's my screen here. Sorry, motion to approve. Okay, Dr. Kagawa Viviani, is there a second?
Second.
Katayama, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so for the first vote, it's roll call is Case, Katayama, Hannes, Kagawa Viviani, Buck, Ho, and Meyer. Thank you very much. Okay, next up is item B1. Maui Island Water Use and Development Plan Update, informational briefing.
Good morning, Commissioners. Neil Fuji with the Planning Branch of the Water Commission. This item C1 is, I'm sorry, B1, non-action item. We'll do a briefing. Joining us from Maui, we have, and she'll be, I'll be making a quick presentation followed by the Maui Water Department presentation on this important document. So on the line, we have Eva Blumenstein. She's a planning program manager for the Maui County of Maui Department of Water Supply. And also with Eva, we have Gina Young. She is the executive assistant to Maui County Council member Shane Sinensi. He is also the chair of the Agriculture and Public Trust Committee, and his committee had a hand, I guess I could say, in developing or approving this document on the county side. So with that, I'm gonna do a quick brief PowerPoint, and then I'm gonna hand it off to Eva and Gina, if that's okay. Okay, let me stop my video to save on bandwidth and share my screen. Let's see. Oop. I might need permission. Okay. Okay. All right. I think everyone can see that. So again, this is going to be a briefing on the update of the Maui Island Water Use and Development Plan. Pretty excited to bring this to the commission after many years of development. Some of these slides are going to look really familiar to you all, but I wanted to give a background on the Hawaii Water Plan, where the Water Use and Development Plan fits within the Hawaii Water Plan, some of the requirements, and then process moving forward. And Eva folks will get more into the details of this plan. So as you all know, the Hawaii Water Plan has its own part in the Water Code under 174C31. We have 5 component plans that are listed here. I won't read them, but those are the responsible plan preparers in the parentheses. And I'll give you a visual. It's going to probably be easier to look at. You all have probably seen this little cartoon here. And so basically we have several state plans that flow into the county water use and development plans. Up at the top, Hawaii Water Quality Plan prepared by Department of Health, Water Resource Protection Plan prepared by CWRM. And then below that, we have State Water Projects Plan prepared by DLNR Engineering Division. And then we also have the Agricultural Water Use and Development Plan prepared by the Department of Agriculture. That information flows into each of the county water use and development plans. So there's another way of looking at it. Thanks to Jeremy for this slide. It's the same chart turned 90 degrees, if that makes sense. So over on the left, we talk about quality and the quantity of Hawaii's fresh water. That is taken care of, and there are policies in the Water Resource Protection Plan and the Water Quality Plan. Moving over to the right in the center there, we got State Water Projects Plan, Ag Water Use and Development Plan. Again, what are the needs for state facilities in the future? Schools, hospitals, universities, airports, things of that nature. And also agriculture got its own plan. So what are the future needs for agriculture in the state? And I sorry, I forgot to say also DHHO is another important state use in the State Water Project Plan. And all of this flows into, if you go one more to the right, into the county water use and development plans. And this is where we're supposed to integrate the land use planning with the water use and development plan. So I have a bunch of dry requirement slides. I'm not going to read all of these. I've highlighted a few of the bullet points. just to point out some of the important points, I think. So a requirement of 174C 31 Hawaii revised statutes. The water use and development plans are supposed to set forth the allocation of water to land use through the development of policies, strategies to guide the county in its planning, management, and development of water resources to meet projected demands. I'll provide a copy of this presentation so you guys don't have to take extensive notes. More requirements under the code, incorporation of the current and foreseeable development and use needs of the Department of Hawaiian Homeland. So that's another important component that's is a requirement under the state code for the water use, county water use and development plans. And I'm pleased to say that they've met all of these, I believe, in their writing of the plan. The framework is another layer of requirements. We're currently in the process of updating the framework for the Hawaii Water Plan. Again, I'll give you guys a copy of this, but one of the key ones here that in bold there, as part of coming up with their scope of work, the county needs to describe what their plans are for identifying the demand forecasts within each of the hydrologic units identified by the commission, which are aquifer systems. And they talk about conservation and demand side management programs, source development options, and any potential impacts to the resource, and the development and integration of resource development strategies. So a lot of words here. I'm just kind of covering this real quick, and EVO folks will get into the details. You may or may not have seen this. How are the water use and development plans utilized by CWRM and CWRM staff? I just voted a couple here. The Hawaii Water Plan, including the Water Use and Development Plan, shall guide the commission in the designation of water management areas and in the issuance of permits as set forth in Chapter 174C. So this is in the rules. And then, we also use this to help the commission identify areas where demand for water will or may exceed the sustainable yields of the resources. So some of the ways the counties can use the water use and development plan. I think Maui may be unique in this second bullet there. Their plan, water use and development plan, it serves as their primary guide and all other agencies of their county in approving or recommending the use or commitment of water resources in the county and in using public funds to develop water resources. This is in Maui County Code. I believe, well, they, this is an important document that they really use for planning. So I think they took a lot of care in developing it. Anyway, I won't go through all of these. I want to be really quick. Some of the key points, by the way, it's a large document. It's about, with charts and appendices, it's about 1,300 pages. So some of the key points, the Maui Water Use Development Plan, the Maui Island Plan, consists of 6 regional plans based on aquifer sectors. They use population growth projections to estimate future water demands. And those population growth were based on the community plan district areas. I think Eva might get into that a little bit more detail. There was close coordination between the water department and the planning department. And as a matter of fact, the county council adopted the West Maui community plan a couple of months before the Maui Island Water Use Development Plan was also adopted. And then I won't read all of these, but this plan here we're talking about today was unanimously adopted by the Maui County Council on February 4th, 2022. I just wanted to list a little bit about the history or background. The first Maui Island or Maui Water Use and Development Plan was done in 1990. It came up a few times for update, but I won't go back to 1990, but let's pick it up in 2004, when the commission approved project description. And in that project description, the county decided to do separate plans, one for each island, Maui, Lanai, and Molokai Island. And then, since 2004, there's been change in staffing and administration. So this is a long process. But I'm just pointing out some of the important dates here. Water Department's been pretty very open in their communications and briefing the commission on progress of their Maui Water Development Plan. And recently, you all saw the Molokai Island water use and development plan project description earlier last year. So there's a long kind of back and forth with the commission and the water department in the development of this plan. And then again, the Maui County Council adopted the plan as ordinance 5335 earlier this year. Oops. And this is the same information put in on a timeline. Let's see. Okay, what are the next steps? Well, after we get our briefing today, we're gonna go for a public hearing on the island of Maui, which is required by the code. We need to give a 90-day notice of the public hearing. We'll conduct a public hearing on the island. We usually give 30 days for written testimony. After the conclusion of the public hearing, we'll review the testimony and we'll bring the plan back to the commission for adoption. So the URL there on the bottom takes you to the Water Department's Maui Island Water Use and Development Plan page, where you can download the big 1,300-page plan. So let's see, with that, let's stop sharing. How do I do this? Okay. Okay, so if it's okay with the chair, we'll move on to Eva there.
Yes, please go ahead, Eva.
Okay. Thanks, Eva.
Mahalo, Chair. Aloha, good morning, commissioners and deputy commission staff. So I'm going to share my screen. You see the PowerPoint? Good.
Yes, it's up. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, mahalo for letting me brief you today on the update of the water use development plan for Maui Island. I will cover the plan background and process, an overview, the planning approach, a couple of the island-wide strategies, and selected regional sector reports and implementation of funding. Neil covered the regulatory framework, so I just want to point out what he also stated, the importance of the plan to serve as a primary guide to the county and not just the water department, but other county agencies for prioritizing our capital improvement budget. So that's a function that we're actually already implementing as a draft document. So this is the first comprehensive update to the Maui Water Use Development Plan since 1990 under the 2002 framework. There were efforts, Neil started out from 2004 on, and that effort was to update the plan for the Department of Water Supply systems only. So the first such district plan was submitted in 2009 to CWRM, and it was rejected because it wasn't addressing the island as a whole, and it was not based on hydrologic units, and it was also just addressing the department systems. So I came on this job in December 2014 and kind of reignited that public process in December 2015. So most of the public outreach was done 2016 through 2018. And we submitted it in August 2018 to the Board of Water Supply for their review. And then We held public hearings throughout the island. And then because the county code requirements, we submitted the draft plan as a bill for an ordinance to county council, and along with the board's comments to council in March 2019. So the council passed resolutions to extend their deadline for their review in December. Actually, it was September that year, and then they did they extended their review 5 times since. We did incorporate 3 different addenda in 2020, because since the review of the plan by the board in 2018, there were a couple of major water resource issues that have occurred. The Water Resources Protection Plan was adopted, sustainable yields were revised, in-stream flow standards were adopted for West Maui. There were updated agricultural plans for Maui Pono, etc. So that was done in 2020. The plan passed out of council committee unanimously, but it was sent back later that year by full council to address concerns primarily from the East Maui community, and the Council Agriculture Public Trust Committee Chair, Sinansi, did additional outreach to Ahamoku in 2021. And subsequently, the plan was passed and the ordinance adopted unanimously by County Council on February 4th this year. Then we requested to get on your agenda, so here we are. So we had total number of meetings for this plan of 70 meetings. I have to say I was at 68 of those, but that doesn't include the Ahamoku outreach that was done in 2021. So as Neil stated, the next step would be for the commission to approve. So the extensive outreach was conducted in regional districts: Central Maui, East Maui, South Maui, West Maui, Upcountry. We had town hall type meetings. We did Saturday workshops for folks to define strategies based on their concerns and preferences. We did targeted outreach to rural communities, Ahamoku, farming communities, realtors, etc. We sent out surveys and we handed out questionnaires at public events. We had online presence, we had email lists. We maintained all the draft documents on our website. And overall, I thought that the challenge was really to get adequate input from the broader community. We tend to see the same people at meetings. And of course, the plan can't be everything for everyone, but I believe it now represents the broader community, not just the loudest voice. So I think it was a very worthwhile, extensive public process. Okay, so beyond the Hawaii Water Plan required components, the Water Use Plan is really based on Maui's land use plans, the general plan, the Maui Island plan, the individual community plans, Department of Hawaiian Homeland's land use plans for Maui, and watershed management plans. And beyond that, the policy guidance, we incorporated the findings of facts and decision orders that were available at the time. It considers the Hawaii Conservation Plan, climate change adaptation tools, adopted in-stream flow standards. And of course, the plan has to be consistent with land use plans and policies. So it doesn't direct future growth and development, but it guides allocation and use of those water resources to where the land use plans direct plan growth. And it guides the budget priorities for the county agencies, water department, environmental management. So it applies to recycled water expansion and such things. And funding of those strategies are shared between agencies, but definitely the greatest burden is on Department of Water Supply. And it applies to private water purveyors. That was one of the issues in the early effort, that it did not address that. So in a nutshell, it's an island-wide holistic document with 6 regional plans, and it's a sister document to the general plan or Maui Island plan. And it really tries to tackle some of the regional conflicts that are, decades long and longer than that. addressing all the water providers. It does plan for climate change and other uncertainties. The community plan district, they don't really care about hydrologic boundaries, yeah. So, and folks in dry areas use water from other watersheds. So this is kind of an opportunity to address issues island-wide versus if you really just focus at one district at a time. And island-wide strategies, which could be watershed protection or water quality, water transport and conservation. And then as the community plans have been updated during this time, and they are currently ongoing for some areas, we incorporate the draft policies and strategies into those land use plans. So we really want the plan to be actionable, like dynamic. A snapshot just of Maui Island water. We have a population of 164,800. The Department of Water Supply provides 32 million gallons a day, 90% of the island's freshwater supply for municipal use, and there are 11 other public water systems. The map shows the department's pipes through our systems that are not connected. It shows the red dots are the department wells, and the orange dots are privately owned municipal wells. And you see this in green, the 6 surface water treatment facilities. And the chart shows you the breakdown by Department of Water Supply customer classes. So we are primarily serving predominantly single family and multifamily use. And when we inventoried water use, started in 2015, we used 2014 as a base year. That was the sugarcane cultivation era. So the non-potable water use was, the ratio was very different. Total average water use at the time, island-wide, was about 310 million gallons a day. And by 2020, that ratio has changed quite a bit. So now we're seeing potable use about 34% and non-potable 66%, with total use about 164 million gallons a day. Okay, so the plan is organized by hydrologic units as required by the framework, and we're presenting them by the 6 aquifer sectors. So Lahaina, Wailuku, Ko'olau, Hana, and Kahikinui. And of course, that we have to account for plan growth and land use policies for each community plan district. You can see the community plan boundaries in solid red. And the areas for directed growth are shown in dotted lines, the urban and rural growth boundaries. So for allocating water to land use and policies for systems, it made sense that we address the larger water systems in one aquifer sector, even if it spans like multiple aquifer systems and community plans. So for example, for the large department Central Maui system, most of that source originates in the Wailuku aquifer sector, and the system spans all the way up to Paia in Ko'olau and South Maui in Central aquifer sector. But we address that system as a whole in the Wailuku aquifer sector. So I'm going to focus just on a few of those in a little bit. So the methodology, the 2002 framework provides some guidelines for integrated resource planning, and the update adopts some key components of this process. So we define multiple planning objectives, have a strong community involvement, evaluate alternative planning scenarios and resource strategies, looking at cost, environmental impacts, and integrated planning assumes that there will be trade-offs among conflicting planning objectives. So the methodology is basically identify issues, concerns, objectives, assess regional water resources, identify settlement patterns and cultural resources for each region, identify existing projected land uses, identify existing or inventory water use by water type and by resource, project future water needs for each region, analyze water source adequacy, and then propose strategies to meet those planning objectives and define the implementation process. And it's kind of iterative, so it goes around, but this is the basic methodology. So through this process, we distill values and principles to guide development of the plan and strategies. So values that are important to Maui residents include VAI as a vital cultural sustaining resource. There's emphasis on ecology and cultural heritage, sustainable resource management, and high quality water for all residential needs. And we also crafted a set of principles for a successful process and plan, kind of things to keep in mind, recognizing the interconnection of water resources, use a precautionary approach, consider both island-wide and regional solutions to local or regional issues, to create an actionable plan and maintain transparency in water planning. So region-specific issues and concerns, they're documented in the public outreach process, and they were also derived from the Maui Island Plan and the community plans. And regional and interregional goals, objectives, and policies, they make up the planning framework to then assess and select resource strategies to meet each region's water demand over the planning period. So during that community outreach, there were definitely tensions identified that relate to water resource availability and management, water end uses, relying on regionally based resources, water rights and priorities, and those are spelled out in detail for each regional plan, but they are very broadly summarized here. So they relate to Native Hawaiian rights, public trust purposes, stream protection, water transport. Some of the issues that are definitely prominent. And for each regional chapter, the overall goals, objectives, and policies from the Maui Island Plan, from the community plan, and from the public process are identified at the beginning of the chapter. That sort of is the basis for the strategies that are proposed. Of course, we need to consider water resource availability and impacts of climate change, and how that relates to unknown projections for stream-based flows, groundwater impact on groundwater recharge and salinities, and strategies to address those uncertainties. We don't really address it as adjusting demand, but how can supply address those uncertainties, including how to diversify our supply and the need to consider alternatives. So primarily, of course, decrease or increase intensity of rainfall, sea level rise, changes in stream flow, groundwater recharge are the primary issues. Okay, the plan considers climate change projections on groundwater recharge, and as you know, that's continuously evolving. We incorporated, so the plan that was submitted in 2018 incorporated models that were available prior to this 2019 USGS report. And I know you're familiar with this, the dynamic and statistical models. So those earlier projections, the earlier findings, and the water use development strategies are consistent with where these two models converge, meaning though, so that we thought it's prudent to assume that sustainable yield would decrease and chlorides would increase. So strategies are very cautious in allocating new source from those aquifers where we see the two models converge. So that would be Kamaole aquifer. You can see the predicted groundwater recharge. Both models project decrease between 27 to 72%. Paia aquifer, Makawao, and Kahului. So each chapter, each regional sector has subchapter to identify settlement patterns and cultural resources. As you know, hydrologic and land use boundaries, they don't generally coincide with the traditional system of land and resource divisions. So the Ahupua'a land management system, of course, is based on ecological interdependence of Maka and Makai lands, and Hawaiians employ a very complex system of sustainable agriculture and aquaculture to support the residents of an Ahupua'a. So current land use patterns and our land use plans have population centers and extensive agriculture in very dry regions, which have resulted in water transports from watersheds in wet areas. So we discussed this, and the plan also includes a high-level Ka'apaka analysis to inform of potential impacts on traditional cultural uses for each preliminary resource strategy. And that kind of preliminary analysis consultation was conducted to identify and protect Native Hawaiian cultural, historical, and natural resources. It's described in chapter 10, and the list here is the initial consulted groups. But we heard loud and clear that that consultation was not sufficient and it was too broad. So Council Committee, Agriculture and Public Trust Council Committee Chair Shane Sinensi came to the rescue and conducted specific outreach to various moku and reviewed the impacts and mitigating actions in detail. So that's now incorporated into the final plan. And this consultation will continue, as that's actually part of the strategies. And it should continue as we or other agencies develop site-specific projects, to ensure that resource development is pursued in a culturally appropriate way. Okay, well, population growth and demand. Maui's population is growing. Demand is based on the population growth rates by each community plan district. And we generate a range, of course, between low to high scenarios that's based on the Maui socioeconomic forecast. Water use have increased, but definitely been tempered by conservation. The last 20 years, the number of water meters increased about 25%, where average water use per meter decreased 23.5%, which is a change in behavior, mostly due to what we think non-regulatory incentives, and has reached a certain separation point. So I'll talk a little about more the role of conservation in the plan. So I said the population growth drives the selected demand scenario, but we include alternative demand predictions. So an alternative scenario is predicting water demand based on full development, like ultimate build out of land use zoning and DHHL land use plans over, and that's not over the planning. This is a 20-year planning horizon, right? So that would be over an undetermined period. We add demand for agriculture, irrigation, because that's not correlated to population growth. The executive summary of the plan illustrates island-wide demand by aquifer sector, potable versus non-potable. The executive summary has a synopsis for each regional plan as well. So by 2035, over this planning period, would have a potable demand of about 69 million gallons a day, for a total of 184 for non-potable. So we applied this integrated iterative process to identify options and strategies to meet the water needs based on the planning objectives, and then assess constraints to propose viable alternatives. So that was a really important role, was really to inform the public and decision makers about legal, practical, hydrologic constraints, and uncertainties that were considered in recommending trade-offs and the final selected resource options. So integrating land use and water planning is part of that process. We work closely with the planning department's long range division to both integrate land use plans into the water use development plan and then incorporate the draft water use development plan strategies into the ongoing community plan updates for West Maui and now South Maui. And central themes were for those two areas. We have population centers and planned growth in very dry areas. And there's confusion of water resource limits versus infrastructure limits, because sometimes our county code or administrative rules are really relating to infrastructure and not the resource. Land uses, of course, impact water resource in many ways: water quality, density, recharge. Community plans may not recognize that there are non-negotiable priorities for water allocations. So public trust needs may not be considered in a land use plan policy. And then of course we have private systems that could be outside directed growth and could undermine directed growth strategies. Community plans are sometimes also conflicting with each other. So those are just some of the issues we faced. This photo is the Maui Meadows subdivision in dry South Maui, where you can see like the natural microclimate, if not irrigated, looks very different. Integrating land use and water planning also means that land use controls can direct and prioritize water use, so that the draft plan is used now in discretionary permit review. For example, a strategy would be use groundwater in X aquifer. We asked the Planning Commission to impose that as a condition of land use approval. Consider interaction between groundwater and surface water in water transport. An example would be Kahului aquifer is not recommended for additional source now, considering the reduced irrigation return recharge after sugarcane. So conditions have changed. You can also provide groundwater protection by restricting land uses, like high-risk land uses in recharge and groundwater protection areas. So both in terms of protecting existing sources and also citing new source development away from current contaminating land uses. That's really a way how to integrate the two. And then of course, incentivize green infrastructure, gray water use in land use planning as well. The sign there, public water supply protection area, is our wetland protection program that notify the public when they are in a area where you don't want to have any accident, spills, or dumping occurring. Okay, island-wide strategies. So the regional plans include region-specific issues, but many strategies apply island-wide, such as resource management and conservation. Watershed protection, help protect recharge, potentially increase sustainable yield, build resilience. County Council added multiple island-wide strategies, many from the consultation with Ahamoku. And there are island-wide policies that apply to development of conventional water source or groundwater development, such as having hydrogeological studies done first to inform impact of climate change and future well development. Make sure you have resource buffers to account for drought and climate change impact. Protect, prioritize public trust uses in regions of limited resources and conflicting needs. Prioritize delivery and use of agricultural water within county ag parks for cultivate food crops for local consumption. So those are island-wide policies that sort of refined then in the regional plans. So right now, about 24% of groundwater is withdrawn on Maui, and we need roughly 6 to 8 million gallons additional for the central system, 3 to 4 million gallons a day for West Maui, 1 to 2 upcountry, etc. So those are then kind of refined in regional plans, but incorporating these island-wide policies and how that should be done. Conservation. So we have good data for Department of Water Supply water use savings and trends, but we have little data available from private systems to identify water efficiencies, and especially for non-potable irrigation use of surface water. So based on estimated irrigation end uses and water intensive landscaping at hotels, resorts, common areas in relatively dry regions, there is great potential for further savings. So where the sort of indoor conservation has been saturated, that there's island-wide conservation strategies that include these 4 recommendations: to revise county code to require high efficiency fixtures in all new construction beyond the Uniform Plumbing Code, develop a comprehensive water conservation ordinance to include xeriscaping regulations that really focus on microclimates and climate appropriate plantings, landscaping and irrigation system incentives to target dry areas, revise county code, and provide incentives for water efficient building design to really make it easier to incorporate alternative sources such as gray water and catchment. So the map there shows the rainfall isohyates and the average water use gallons per day for single family throughout the island, but this is just on the department system. So it shows you that demand is not just tied to microclimate. There are areas that are equally dry but have very different empirical data for water use. And there's a strong seasonal outdoor water use. And for commercial accounts, they represent fewer but the largest customer accounts. And a lot of that is, of course, landscape irrigation is the major use. Pools for sure, but landscape irrigation of very green landscaping in dry areas. So that's something the plan is targeting. Okay, so there are 6 regional plans representing each hydrologic unit: Lahaina, Wailuku, Central, Kahikinui, Ko'olau, and Hana. And there's an executive summary that provides a synopsis of each region. And each regional plan then has individual strategies to address regional issues. There's a summary table at the end of each chapter of projected demand and supply by use type, potable versus non-potable, for each aquifer system, each stream. And then strategies are also summarized in a table at the end of each chapter. So in the interest of time, I will not cover all 6. I'm just going to brief you on some highlights from Wailuku Central aquifer sector and Central Ko'olau aquifer sector, because they're major water systems that span multiple hydrologic units and share water resources, as well as the Lahaina aquifer sector. Okay, so just real briefly, Wailuku and Central aquifer sector, you see the map has the Department of Water Supply's Central Maui system with all the groundwater wells except one in the Wailuku aquifer sector, and then the system itself spans North Shore into the Pai aquifer system, and it serves the South Shore as well in the Kamaole aquifer system. Predicted demand and supply is shown in the graph. We need up to 8 million gallons a day new source by 2035. There's not sufficient groundwater yield in underlying aquifers. Talked about the predicted ground impact from climate change on groundwater recharge for Kamaole and Kahului. Surface water is limited by in-stream flow standards, of course, and water use permits because the surface water originates in Nawa'eha. We need to reduce pressure on EO aquifer, which has been the workhorse for as long as I've been here, before then, to again address kind of diversifying supply. And there are aggressive conservation measures proposed. They can definitely delay, but they can't substitute source development needs over a 20-year planning horizon. Expanding recycled water can offset potable water for non-potable needs. Some well development and pump distribution in Waihe Aquifer is proposed, guided by the USGS groundwater model. There's a well development plan right now. And then finally explore East Maui well development in Ko'olau Aquifer sector for planned growth, guided by hydrologic studies and subject to all the provisions of the East Maui consent decree, which I'm not going to go into detail. Okay, the other focus area here is Central and Ko'olau Aquifer sectors, where you have water transport primarily from Ko'olau into drier Central Maui. Key issues, of course, this large part of this department upcountry system, as well as all the Central Isthmus agricultural fields, Mahipono, rely on surface water. You see the pipes of the upcountry system. The green boxes are the three surface water treatment facilities, and potable wells, the red dots, are within Haiku, Paia, and Makawa aquifers. And the objectives really include many, but improve resiliency and source reliability, developing additional groundwater to increase reliability to not be as vulnerable. But then again, still being able to rely on affordable surface water seasonally when it's available, subject to current IFS and assuming that IFS will be adopted for each diverted stream throughout Ko'olau. Okay, Lahaina Aquifer sector. So the department systems we're the largest purveyor. We use about 5.6 to 6 point some million gallons a day. Total municipal use now is 10.8 or so. And the map shows you there are, as you know, multiple private water purveyors. I realized that Kapalua Water Company is now, instead of Hawaii Water Service Company, I didn't have time to update the map there. Some of the key issues for the region relate to restoring and protecting stream flow to support Native Hawaiian rights and traditional customary practices, prioritize watershed protection, and the effects on runoff and sedimentation on streams and the nearshore environment, concerns on the effects of drought and climate change on water resource availability and quality, and to adapt population growth to local water resource conditions to integrate conservation and use alternative resources. Demand, so again here, potable demands are based on 20-year population growth for the West Maui Community Plan and socioeconomic forecast. Non-potable irrigation demand is projected based on visitor unit growth, and then we add non-potable needs for Department of Hawaiian Homelands, non-potable needs for Kuleana, Lo'ikalo, growth, pretty much flat growth for diversified ag. And then these summary tables at the end of the chapter breaks down supply by aquifer system and by stream. I'm just showing it by aquifer system here to make it not too messy. But supply includes potable groundwater, 13.09 million gallons a day, and non-potable groundwater, 2.3 million gallons a day, for a total of 29.6. You also see that conservation targeted reduce 8% per capita would account for 1.64 million gallons a day of that supply. And expansion of the recycled water system on the West Maui is really key supply strategy for West Maui. So I should go to the next page here perhaps. So, sorry, okay, so this is some of the selected strategies. There are many, but these are some select strategies to address the planning objectives that relates to prioritizing watershed protection and the concerns over runoff, sedimentation of streams and nearshore environment, So strategy supports expanded watershed protection to the Ahupua'a as a whole. There's several role models that exist in West Maui already, including Ridge to Reef, watershed, Ahupua'a-based initiatives. And the map there, West Maui Mountains Watershed Partnership is now called Mauna Kahalawai Watershed Partnership. That includes really critical recharge area for West and Central Maui. So make sure we have continuous, reliable financial support for key weed control, ungulate control activities for that area. We want to support capital improvement funding for recycled water projects and infrastructure expansion to offset potable water use. The photo is a new gray water reuse system that we just installed at one of the beach parks on West Maui, sort of like a demo pilot project. I think it's the first in the state, to both offset then potable water now used for landscape irrigation. It will also decrease ocean runoff, since these are septic system tank there, provides drought resilience, etc. Okay, so to support land use plans and needs for affordable housing, the strategies are include groundwater development with guidance from the USGS groundwater model, because the goal is also sustain acceptable chloride levels over time. This groundwater study showed chloride levels over 30 years to maintain them well below secondary water quality standards, 250 milligrams per liter. And this scenario 5 here would maintain that. So this pump scenario, although it says it's summarized on the bottom here, redistributed groundwater withdrawal scenarios for each aquifer system, the strategies in the plan proposes up to 5.5 million gallons a day pumpage from Lania Poco. So it's not necessarily using the full pump scenario, but it should really use this study and the groundwater models as a guide. So some of the strategies relate to that too. So we want to be smarter, not smart, but smarter in source development moving forward. So guide that by available data and modeling results to really optimize pumpage and to mitigate saltwater intrusion and to distribute between the regional aquifer systems. Okay, so the plan has, of course, a dual function, although that's maybe not clearly defined in the framework. It's to allocate water to plant growth, but equally important to maintain and improve the water resource. So generally, for both island-wide and generally for all regional plan strategies, include to develop new reliable source for plant growth to be consistent with the land use plans, operate with buffers to sustainable yields, assuming that they will be revised over time, transport water to designated growth areas when needed, but mitigating that water transport by maximizing reuse and water efficiency within the region, and diversify supply from not just surface water and groundwater to address climate change and other uncertainties, and invest in watershed protection and active watershed restoration as well. So yeah, this plan is massive. It actually grew under council review. It was only 1,200 pages previously. But it's the first comprehensive plan for the island as a whole. And I know you're probably seeing the watershed management plans from Oahu. This is sort of incorporating all that into one document. But it hasn't really been done before, but the intention is sort of a lot of the heavy lifting has been done. And now the intention is to use this as a dynamic document in tracking demand supply, track implementation of the strategies by lead agency. There's a lead agency kind of allocated to each strategy with short to long-term timeframes. and then to develop quantified targets as each of these strategies are developed, because these are not site-specific capital improvement projects, right? These are 20-year and beyond strategies and policies. So this is, should be used, continues as a guidance document. And actual implementation will then both depend on the level of capital funding, detailed design and planning for site-specific projects. And funding is then, shared between also state and county agencies. The greatest burden on DWS, but there's some strategies for seaworm in there too, including, adding stream monitors for all diverted streams. So the major capital improvements in terms of source development were assessed back at the development of the Maui Island Plan. And they have actually not changed significantly over this period. So, but again, they need to be refined as each project is site-specific project is developed. Okay, that's it. Mahalo for this long overview.
Thank you very much. It's a long overview for a very extensive plan, and we really appreciate all your work on it. Okay, we do have some public testimony, but I will start with questions, commissioners. Mr. Buck.
Yeah, Eva, thank you very much for the presentation. During your time, you've been on the front lines of a lot of really tough issues, implementation of the water code. So we really appreciate you've been really open and transparent and helpful through all of those. We appreciate that. And again, I always want to recognize Maui County for their initial and continued leadership for protecting watersheds. East Maui was first. I think there's some work to do on Lanai and Molokai, but I think you've done a great job. I really want to thank Maui County for that. A couple questions, and again, at least based on a lot of the issues we've had before us, that the commission seems to be an unrealistic expectation of the amount of water that's available for Maui, and we've seen that in a range of issues. So I just want to point out a couple that I think I've heard in your plan. One is your climate change models. And we know models are estimates, but did I hear you correctly that you took the high end and the low end and then you averaged them to find a place in the middle? Is that what I heard?
Well, so the plan that was submitted and adopted by ordinance was completed before the USGS 2019 study with the two dynamic and statistical downscaling models were available. But so we had used previous projections and sort of like pre-projections that were not published yet by USGS, but they ended up being consistent with when the 2019, that first report came out. So where we assumed that there would be significant decrease in groundwater recharge for leeward areas, including those I mentioned, Kamaole, Paia, Kahului, that was sort of confirmed later. So strategies were, precautionary in saying there may be additional sustainable yield in this particular aquifer system, but we assume there's going to be increase in chlorides, and there's actually not that great pumpage data reporting. So there are no strategies proposing additional wells or additional pumpage from that aquifer system. So we didn't try to change that. We sort of just included the earlier projections prior to that 2019 model.
Yeah, I don't want to take the time to go back to that slide, but it seemed like those two projections, there was a very high and a very low. And if you are dealing with the precautionary principle, taking the average is probably not a realistic assumption.
No, so it wasn't the average. It was just when those two models converged, when they were consistent saying that groundwater recharge will decrease here. But if it was a 50-50, then, we didn't use saying that there's no additional groundwater available in this aquifer system where there's a 50-50 chance that we have increased rainfall or decreased groundwater. But we really were cautious about those where the two models converged.
Okay, and two more quick comments on the Central and Ko'olau aquifer And again, we've seen some unrealistic expectations. Well, we got to put more water in the stream, so we'll just drill more wells. And you have an increased dependence on new groundwater sources while you're saying you are going to honor in-stream flow standards. And again, that just sets up an unrealistic expectation, because as we know, as you put more wells in, you're going to decrease stream flow. So it seemed to me those two goals of that are really conflicting. And as you know, we are in the process of looking at in-stream flow standards for those additional 12 streams. And the other one that came to me is in the Lahaina aquifer, where obviously the commission is considering that a water management unit. And we've had issues with, again, developers just really not having realistic expectations based on the water code of availability of water. You said we're going to adapt economic and population growth in the Lahaina aquifer. What sort of jurisdictions or plans does the county water have to actually influence economic and population growth on the county?
Well, so this is where the Water Use Development Plan supports the West Maui Community Plan. Those are the land use policies that establish areas for directed growth, the densities for growth, even the type of landscaping. You come in for a development project, brand new, there's actually, so we have, what I've said, I have, to date, even before the plan has, been reviewed, approved by you, these draft strategies are still incorporated into those land use approvals, so that a brand new project could still have restrictions on what type of landscaping or what type of source to use for, if this is not already existing, not an existing meter on the department system or on the private water system. So it's not the department per se that has that jurisdiction, it's integrating that with the land use plan.
All right, thank you. May have a couple more, but let's.
Mr. Hannes?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Eva. We'll get through these questions pretty quick. First on process, it feels like this process took about a decade, and your inputs were a little bit siloed from different agencies, including the commission and so forth. Does that work for you? Is it too siloed? Is it too long a process to give you the information you need to do your job?
Well, I'm not going to lie. I mean, the framework is super burdensome, and I think it assumes that you hire a couple of consultants. This was crazy to do this in-house. I don't know why we did this in-house, but the framework, the way it's set up, is really not possible to do in-house in a realistic time frame and a realistic budget. So the outreach, I think, we did go, beyond what the framework says, but it's really never gonna, and again, I thought the challenge was that to reach the broader community, like folks who are just not gonna show up at CWORM or board or council meetings because they get jobs and they don't have time. They assume that, we're making sure that we're representing the land use plans, allocating water to affordable housing and those needs. So the outreach, I think we tried to do it broad, like different, both targeted stakeholders, open public meetings, but at the end of the day, most of the action is at these kind of meetings, the board hearings, the council meetings. Yeah.
Well, if the process needs fixing, I just encourage you as well as the other stakeholders to kind of get together and figure out how we do this. It seems like it's taking a long time, and by the time you get a result, the conditions have changed, and so we want this to be of ultimate high utilitarian value. And so I think you and I guess it's a message to our staff, let's constantly continue to review the process. Regarding the use of I'm trying to look at alignment. You came before us in the Lahaina issue when we were looking to create a water management area, planning area, and you said it was premature. And I'm looking at this and saying, God, we know a lot. And I don't see anything in what your regional plan is that would lead you to that conclusion. So can you help reconcile the position of the department when we're taking that action and the plan? It feels like it was out of kilter.
Okay, and I have to kind of put on my other hat now because the water use development plan is not the department's plan, it's the island's plan. And that's kind of the balance too. We're tasked as a utility to draft a very broad plan, but equally representing private purveyors, ag users and whatnot. So in terms of designating Lahaina and the testimony provided by the department saying that there are certain issues that are should be heard and looked at closer before action, just on behalf of the water department. Yeah. There are solutions in the Lahaina sector, and there's also solutions, or I would say opportunities for the commission to have a more collaborative approach to really sit down with the private purveyors, with the department, with the community, to look at how this can be, if the ultimate goal is to have sustainable distributed pumpage by eco-aquifer system that are at risk. We didn't feel designation will accomplish that. That's based on my experience with EAO, with Molokai, but there are opportunities to do it. But once you designate, or once there's a contested case petition, it's sort of too late. Then we're kind of going down the regulatory track. So that's why it's premature. That has not been done yet. And to really scrutinize both the strategies in the water use development plan, use the guidance of the USGS model, and having this more like a conversation before rushing into designation. That is what we mean by premature.
I think there's a lot to unpack there, and I'm not sure this is the time to do that, but to our staff, I think that's an open discussion as to kind of how we bring these policy regimes into alignment. On the Wailuku, help me understand Wailuku, and if we're looking at our water availability and creating and using that to inform land use planning, how do you get yourself into a position where you need 8 MGD more to support land population growth or development growth when you don't have it there?
Am I understanding your question? Where is the need for the 8 MGD in the?
Did I read that? Hear that correctly? That it seems like we need 8 MGD more.
Okay, so that is for
future development.
Okay,
and
so that is.
Well, let me finish. What we said was that the water plan was meant to help inform, go hand in hand with land use planning, and yet we're planning land uses in areas and at scale where we don't have water, sufficient water.
Okay, so it's so the 6 to 8 MGD, up to 8 MGD, is based on the socioeconomic forecast population growth for Kahului, Wailuku Community Plan District, and Kihei Makena Community Plan District, and confirmed in the ongoing update of the South Maui Community Plan. It's kind of changed name now. So those numbers are not something that we changed. We took the population growth, as defined by the planning department, low to high scenarios, and then what kind of supply can satisfy that between optimizing water efficiencies and current water use, the current customers, how can we diversify into alternative supply, really investing in expanding recycled water, including Kahului wastewater treatment facility that doesn't have any recycled use now. But still a lot of that demand is in South Maui, Kahului, multiple proposed affordable housing projects that, we hope that that's a very conservative approach, that we don't want to underestimate saying we probably just need 4, where, these are not site-specific projects again, these are guidance. So before we develop any additional groundwater, it's going to be hydrologic studies, it's going to be an EIS, it's going to be engineering reports. That's going to refine what that specific demand is and how much we need to meet peak demand, et cetera, et cetera. So you still have to look at it as guidance. But again, the demand is not established by us. That is from the land use plans.
Yeah, I think we're on the same side on this, but maybe the conversation needs to be at an administrative executive level or with the planning department that, it feels like we're always driven by the demand side, not without sufficient regard to what supply is there to meet, in terms of resource supply, to meet the needs of that population growth. You can give us population growth and say this is what it is in scenarios, but we need to push back and say there's only so much water here, and we have to redistribute that population or somehow find a way to, recognize that it's going to be very difficult to support a development model that exceeds the amount of resource that we have.
And I actually, I mean, I agree, and I think that's been
Yeah, I think we're on the same side on that.
Yeah, well, you know, we've been working more actively with planning than in the past, so that these policies and, you know, the key issues that folks have, we don't want so much water transport. We want to be able to rely on regional resource and really take full advantage of recycled water, etc. So that can now inform, you know, the new community plan and the next update of the general plan even. So it's kind of this iterative process.
Two more quick issues, Chair. I found it curious in your ag, in that matrix of goals, planning objectives, that ag, the only objective for ag was chloride levels in wells. It just seemed...
That was just a snapshot. So, I mean, that actual matrix is 2 pages long. I've omitted 98% was in the plan.
Okay, because I hope that part of the ag planning objectives is really kind of rebuilding infrastructure and really thinking about the crops we grow and whether they're too thirsty for the resource we have. Okay, okay, thank you. And the last issue is, you know, the governor's declared an emergency with regard to ungulate on your island and the effect that they're having on the watershed, as well as overall ground cover and other issues. What are the ramifications of this? I mean, potential, if we don't get a handle on the axis deer, how quickly do we see an impact on water availability?
Well, I don't have the answer to that, but I mean, the strategies include for each region to prioritize watershed protection, which includes, of course, fencing critical watersheds, keeping ungulates out, invasive weeds, etc., and even expanding, you know, current what we call critical watersheds now. It may be more critical to, you know, go below in elevation to adapt to climate change, etc. But I don't know that we have, you know, and even one of the strategies include to quantify the benefits of the different watershed protection restoration activities, like what's the hydrological impact, you know, groundwater recharge or stream flow from restoring this particular native forest versus this one. But the overall overrun deer, what that impact is going to be on the landscape, I can't even think about it.
I think perhaps that's really a question for our own deal and our team rather than you, Eva, but I know it's affecting your island a lot, as well as Lanai and Molokai. Thank you, Eva, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, other questions, commissioners? Let's go with public testimony. We have a council member, Shane Sinensi. I think Gina Young is representing council member. Please go ahead.
Aloha. Good morning, commission members. My name is Gina Young, and I'm here today representing council member Shane Sinensi, who represents East Maui. He's also chair of the Agriculture and Public Trust Committee. He's at a conference in Alaska. He wishes he could speak with you, but he doesn't have internet connectivity. He sends his regards and thanks you for your review of the plan and hopes you find it sufficient for your approval. He wants you to know that a lot of hard work went into this plan, as you can see, by both the department and also the council. His committee held 15 meetings on the plan, and the council members painstakingly went over each chapter. Eva asked me to specifically address the input by the local Ahumoku councils, so I'm going to do that today. As part of the review, Councilmember Sinensi and I met with the local area Ahumoku Maui Island councils with the purpose of integrating Native Hawaiian water resource management history, strategies, and generation and traditional knowledge into the plan. I do want to note that their input doesn't mean that they support the plan. They remain neutral. It's also important to note that not all of their strategies were adopted by council. Specifically, West Maui didn't support any kind of water system connectivity between the areas, and the council didn't agree with this. The Ko'olau council didn't support the haiku well strategy. There were some strategies that they did support that were incorporated, such as in the Ko'olau section, a strategy encouraging home rule for water sources, specifically the EMI system. In Hana, a strategy when additional water is available, that we prioritize Kuleana uses, followed by cultural uses, then followed by affordable housing. While we discussed each area, most of their strategies are in part 2, where the overall island strategies are located. But for each area, the council stressed ecosystem management and returning water to the system. They did make comments for part 1, where we did add a history of Hawaiian Kanibai water laws, which is pretty interesting. We went back to case law in the late 1890s. They just wanted more education for everybody. But as a result of their input, strategies were adopted requiring the county to advocate for stream connectivity, kuleana and traditional rights, kalo cultivation, using generational and traditional knowledge and consulting with local Native Hawaiians when the Department of Water Supply and Council makes decisions. They asked for the creation of a Native Hawaiian advisory group to the Department of Water Supply, which we'll work to create. They asked for education of Department of Water Supply employees on Hawaiian resource management and rights. There was a strategy added for that. They cited a lack of enforcement by CWRM on stream IFSs and hopes you can work more with local volunteers for monitoring. They added strategies encouraging limitations on large hotel water use and penalizing water waste behaviors, policies directing council to establish new tiered rate structures in a separate hotel category that promotes conservation. They added environmental protective strategies for dryland native forests, wetland areas, aquifer recharge areas, groundwater, and policies directing the council to revise county laws to promote water catchment, gray water use, efficient landscaping and building requirements, and water conservation for golf courses, resorts, and public facilities. We plan to go back out to the groups for the annual updates, and we hope to get more local specific information as we do that. But that's the summary of it. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that summary. Michael Buck.
Yeah, a quick question, Gina. Thank you very much. I wonder, can you give us a flavor, as you well aware, Maui County is dependent on private purveyors of some of your critical water infrastructure. Can you just give us a flavor of that dialogue and what went on at the council level?
Eva can probably remember more closely. If we're talking about the Ahumoku councils, they're looking for more local control and input for local users. And they're looking for prioritizing kuleana uses, watershed management. And there was a great frustration also at the council level for just a lack of enforcement of the stream flows. They felt it was wonderful work has been done on setting those, but then they're not being followed to the degree that they'd like. So there was a lot of discussion about having local volunteers. Eva can talk maybe a little bit more about the specifics of the private versus the public.
Well, yeah, no, I just want to add too, I mean, that we heard that early in the process, and that was emphasized again when Chair Sinansi went out for further consultation, that there was not sufficient consultation, well, both from the department, but also specifically for water resource management through watershed protection and, putting up defenses and ungulate control, providing adequate access. So that was really a key component too, not just supporting watershed protection restoration as is, but how can it be more engaging with the local community and the Hawaiian community to be part of that?
Can I just comment? Both of those are important issues, and so as far as instrument flows go, if someone thinks that something is not being complied with on the instrument flow, please let the Water Commission staff know. So that we can follow up on it. And I also wanted to say, Maui County has long been a model for support for watershed management. And really, you're a great model for how to lead this at the county water system level statewide. And so I'm always hoping that the other counties will kind of step up the way Maui County has stepped up over the years. And I so appreciate it very much being addressed very specifically in your plan. Any other questions, commissioners? Let's go to Tara Apo Priest. And I think that's it for public testimony.
Aloha. Aloha Chairperson Suzanne Case, Deputy Director Kaleo Manuel, and members of the Commission on Water Resources Management. My name is Tara Poe. I'm a Maui resident and a student of Sustainable Science Management at the UH Maui College. I come before you today to ask that you take some of the following thoughts into consideration in your future decisions about the Maui Water Use and Development Plan. I would first like to thank the Commission and the other departments for all of the work you have put into this plan. I ask that you take a little more time to make it more accessible. It is currently hard to understand and full of complex, confusing charts and tables. It is important that this plan be presented in a format that the Maui community can understand, so we have the opportunity to review it and contribute our feedback. It is in this way that we can work together to make sure we are considering all of the factors that we need to. I ask that you please bring in a professional to help with accessibility and editing. All of the other counties in the state are employing consultants to create their plan, so I think this is reasonable to ask. It also seems that water is allocated very generously to large-scale agriculture, large resorts, and luxury developments, as it has been in the past. These sectors are our largest water users by far, and we need to take a closer look at how they are using water. As an island, we need to have a strong focus on water efficiency and conservation, and our largest water users need to be held accountable to more responsible standards of water conservation and management. I also strongly believe we need to have a better plan for South and Central Maui's future water supply than drilling new wells in Haiku. There's really no information about the aquifer in this area or what impacts extracting heavily from it will have on water availability, streams, East Maui communities, and Native Hawaiian traditional and customary practitioners. We need to have a better understanding of this water source before we can rely on it for such heavy future water demand. Otherwise, we end up with unintended consequences and create problems for ourselves in the future that are even more urgent and difficult to solve. We also need to consider the residents in that area, many of whom do not have access to county water and need to spend thousands of dollars a month to truck in water, while we plan to take more water from this area to use in another part of the island. I think we follow a trend here of finding water for development we have already planned for, when really we need to assess the water we have available to know how much development we can support. Again, I am very appreciative of all of the work that has gone into the creation of this plan. I would only like to highlight some of the areas that still need more attention. Water is our most precious resource, and we cannot afford to mismanage it. Our freshwater supply is finite, and if we are not very thoughtful about our use, we will run out. Please take a little more time and enlist the help of a professional to make sure we are being good stewards and ensuring the sustainability, security, and resilience of our island's population and natural resources. Thank you very much for your time and for the opportunity to testify and for the important work that you do. Mahalo.
Thank you very much, Ms. Apo Priest, and I'll point commissioners and the public to testimony posted online by Ms. Apo Priest and also by the Haiku Community Association. That's it for public testimony. Are there any other questions on this item, commissioners? If not, yeah, okay, Dr. Kagawa-Viviani.
Just maybe a general question, and this is for Eva and or the planners. I think it's been repeated multiple times that often the water use development plan follows the land use plan, which is supposed to incorporate community plans and other purposes. How often does the land use plan get informed by the water use development plan? Is there sort of history of that?
Yeah, I can address that. Well, I mean, the short answer is we're never in sync because these are very comprehensive plans. And the general plan was adopted, the Maui Island plan was adopted in 2012 after decade-long public input. So, I mean, it's sort of all building blocks. And I think the important part is sort of what I emphasize now, that we are really, this was a lot of heavy lifting, and no, it's not perfect, and no, not everyone's going to be happy, but this is an overall guidance document that we can kind of fine tune as, like now when the West Maui Community Plan came online, even though the plan wasn't finalized, it wasn't adopted or approved by you folks yet, we still use those draft policies because we knew they are still, representing the broader community. County Council Committee is happy with it. So that should already inform formulating the land use policies for, so a lot of that reflects that. It's in terms of adapting landscaping to the microclimate and considering, density of affordable housing, et cetera. So it's sort of like this iterative process. So even now, this week, we provide comment on the South Maui Community Plan update that's, has not been finalized yet. So it's never going to be in sync, but it's this ongoing back and forth process that I think we finally have. We didn't have that 10 years ago.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think landscaping plants sort of a minor, it's like changing your light bulbs to save energy, but I guess I was wondering, maybe this is for Neil. It's clear in the water plan framework that there's a set of, and it's really great. I really appreciate hearing about the guiding principles and philosophies and the work the Maui plan has taken and the engagement of the council to really expand, who can provide input. But I think what I hear is, how can we let our constraints on water resources inform land use planning? And so maybe that's a question for the planning, land use commission. But I guess I was just wondering if there's a process for them to take the water resources protection plan or the water plan work into account when they're thinking about zoning and permitting and sort of those bigger planning pictures. And maybe that's Deputy Manuel as well. Is there a way that they ingest what's being done within the Water Commission exchanges?
I will take the first shot, and Neil, you can jump in maybe. So Clem Manu Deputy, that's a great question. As a planner working with Ava and even our planning branch here, we have a long way to go at improving our land use planning and water resource management integration at the state level. And that's not just only within the Water Commission, but that's before all bodies that have the authority and some discretion in decision making. And so I think there's tons of opportunity. We, like Ava said, depending on what county you're in, it's better than others. And there's a movement towards trying to tighten that relationship even more moving forward into the future, because we know that they're inextricably linked to one another. One of the things that we're looking at is within the framework update that we're doing in-house is to really focus on this nexus and be more prescriptive almost, instead of providing recommendations on how we want to see that happen. For example, like heightened emphasis on what is authorized planned use, and then how do we account for that within our water, allocations and water resource availability, which the code kind of articulates and anticipates. So there's a whole bunch of area for improvement. It's a long-winded answer, but I think there is no, and I don't want to speak for other bodies on how they use it or don't use it. I will say in our initial survey to update the framework, a lot of people, staff and agency will use it, but in terms of decision makers, I don't see decision makers like, for example, the Planning Commission reference the Water Use Development Plan or even our Hawaii Water Plan in any of their decision making, to be honest, right? That's not an explicit connection when it could or should be. So we have work to do to try to take our Hawaii Water Plan, instead of it looking inward, but really looking outward, and figure out how it connects to all of those decision-making matrices and their processes. So I hope that kind of answers your question. I don't know if Neil wanted to add anything or if staff have anything else to add.
I just want to say that, like Claire said, we have a long way to go, but I think we made some progress from way back in the day. So sometimes the planning department's not even talking to the water department, years ago, decades ago. So I think there's a lot of progress that's been made. There's more work to be done. Yeah, so that's all I gotta say. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. That's for me to understand that broader context.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you for a great discussion, and Eva for a super presentation on a very complex plan, as well as staff for your work on it. That will bring us to the end of B1. Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 10:45 for the C items. Thanks. Okay, I think we're just about ready to get going, and we need one more commissioner and staff. And then we can move on to item C1.
Chair, I was notified earlier that my mic was kind of soft. Is it better now?
Loud.
Overcorrect. Thank
Thanks,
you.
Neil. It's much better.
Okay.
I think if we're ready to go, let me just double check with Ryan. Are we ready to go here? Ready to go. Okay. Item C1, staff, please go ahead.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. Ryan Imata, Groundwater Regulation Branch. Good to see your smiling digital faces today. Item C1 is the approval of an application for well construction, pump installation, and request for a variance of standards and a water use permit to Paul Alston as the landowner and to Valley Well Drilling as the well driller, and this is in Mokuleia. To kind of set the tone for the action items today, I'm going to provide you like a super brief overview of my submittal, and then I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have. So again, this is an application for basically 4 things. The applicant's requesting construction of a well, installation of a pump, and variance from the standards for 0.025 MGD from a new well to supply 7.9 acres of crop irrigation. So I go through the analysis in the submittal. I assume you read it. And then at the very bottom, I talk a little bit about the variance from the standards where they want to drill deeper than the standards allow. And based on our analysis, I don't think that there are going to be any negative impacts. And if there are, we reserve the right to ask the contractor to downsize the pump. So I'm not even going to read the staff recommendation. I'll just stand on our written submittal and be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That good summary. Commissioners' questions. And we can move also to, let me, while you're thinking about that, let's see, I guess there is a representative of the applicant here, if you want to add anything, and also of the driller.
Hi, this is Rob. I'm an owner of the property. I don't have anything to add. I appreciate it. I'm here if there are any questions.
Okay, thank you. All right, any questions, commissioners? Okay, Dr. Kagawa Viviani and then Mr. Buck.
Okay, I guess I was just hoping to learn a little bit more about the plan use. And my main question is, I know the area offshore can be an important local fishery. And so not knowing a little bit, I mean, I guess I would ask from Ryan, can you tell us a little bit more about the hydrology of that particular area in Mokuleia? And then to the applicant, a little bit more about your plan use. And then 3, if there's been any kind of consideration of the potential impacts to the nearshore fishery.
Sure, I'll start. So what we generally see in that coastal region in Mokuleia is there's a pretty thick layer of caprock. And that thick layer of caprock is confining the fresh water to a deeper geologic formation, which presumably is, and I can't say this conclusively, but presumably it pushes the freshwater coastal discharge a little, maybe farther out in the ocean. That might not be true, but I think that probably has a good likelihood of happening. I do see your concern about potential impacts of withdrawal to coastal resources. We have protections within the provisions of the variance to make sure that doesn't happen. So the first thing would be that we typically don't require a pump of this capacity to have a pump test done, but because there is concern and not knowing in granting the standards what the implications of doing this are. Well, we do, I'm sorry, because we know about all of the wells in the area that have drilled to this depth. But just to make sure, we are going to have them run a pump test, and we're going to do a pump test analysis to make sure that there's no recharge boundaries, and we generally don't see upconing, or we don't see any drawdown, excessive drawdown. The other thing is limiting the depth of the depth to make sure that they're not withdrawing water that has greater than, what did I say in here? I think it's 250 parts per million. So those are the protections that I think that we're gonna that we're recommending to add in there to make sure that, or to try to ensure that there's no impacts to coastal resources. I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, I think so. I just need a little more context because I'm not that familiar with the hydrology of Mokuleia. I mean, it seems like a really dry, region. So,
Yeah, I actually think the groundwater is relatively, the deeper confined lens is relatively robust, as evidenced by what's happening with Dillingham airfields and the amount of water that they're able to extract over there. Yeah, anything that goes into that that brackish lens isn't going to be very productive. So generally, when wells are drilled in the region, they have to go into that deeper lens, which is far more abundant than the brackish caprock lens.
Mr. Buck?
Yes, Mr. Alston, thank you very much for your dedication and willingness to be a farmer on Oahu. I'm always interested in farming on this island and what you're doing, what you're putting in the ground, kind of the market, or how do farmers stay sustainable on this island. And again, I'm not asking to give up any of your trade secrets, but anything you're willing to share with the commission would be useful.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And so we have a 20-acre farm on the Big Island, and the main product there, we have lots of fruit trees, lots of vegetables, but a lot of poha berry is really our primary there. On Maui here, I have a couple of acres on our 7-acre that we're currently farming and have intentions to expand that. So we're looking kind of to expand, with the knowledge that we've gained here and those 2 other farms, to take it to Oahu. Our current plans on Oahu really include primarily doing stock, stock trees for, to sell to other landscaping projects and landscaping companies. We think that at this point, we think that's probably going to be the most low maintenance thing we can do. We do also plan, however, to do quite a bit of stuff that we think we can use with hula halaus, different flowers, different shrubs that we think, given my mom's experience with hula halaus, what we think we can use with them. And I don't think it's, we're going to be in the business of trying to lose less money for a period of time while we try to figure all this out. So there is no secret formula that we've figured out. We're just going to try to feel our way through it for a period of time, with the stock trees being the majority of what we're focused on.
Have you had any experience or interest in Maui, especially for tree crops? If you're looking for tree crops, I just know, you just see what the prices of Maui maize, or we import them from the Cook Islands, or you see the prices of mamaki, tea. But I'm just curious. And again, you don't need to share any trade secrets.
Yeah, I'm looking at just the list of things we have currently for consideration. It doesn't look like either of them are on the list, but those are fair points. And I think, yeah, you want to find something. I don't know where they would grow. And, this is an interesting area because it is onshore winds with a lot of salt and then, very porous soil. So we need to figure out what's going to grow well. And that may be the reason that it was ruled out originally.
Thank you very much.
Sure. Thank you for the questions. I appreciate your attention to this today.
Thank you. Other questions, commissioners?
Thank you, Chair. This is Paul. Mr. Alston, thanks for undertaking this effort. Farming, it's a tough business always. And you've got some uniquely difficult conditions there with your onshore wind and porous soil and salty environment. I'd like to ask Ryan a question. There is a condition in the permit saying that should an alternate source be available, water source be available upon review and approval, that alternate source can be considered. And I'm always concerned about the depth of the well under these conditions, and the exception to what would normally be an approved free and open aquifer be the depth of the wellhead, or the bottom of the well. But I wonder if we could strengthen that condition a bit by providing that if any recycled water, reused water is available, it shall be reviewed and used, and making it a little bit more positive that should it become economical and be available, that is a condition to this permit. Does that make any sense, Ryan, from your perspective?
I think that's definitely a great idea. I wonder if that needs to then come back to the commission, because the analysis on practicable, comes with my analysis, but I don't think that's my decision to make. I think it's this body's decision to determine if, say, for example, R1 water is available 2 miles up the road, and a line has to be put in that costs, easements and $500,000. I'm not sure that I have that. Or, alternatively, we can recommend that delegation's done to the chair to make the decision. No, actually, you know what? I think that now that I think about it, I'm sorry, I'm kind of scatterbrained about this, but I think that if that is the case, we would come back to the commission for somewhat of a revocation of the permit, or to revoke the portion that's available. And then I think I think that would be entertained by the commission, as far as practicability. And then Mr. Alston would also then have the opportunity to testify on that, and request a contested case hearing, or just probably have the due process to address alternatives. So and I think that would be applicable to any other alternatives as well that may become available. So I do definitely see what you're saying, but I think we need to bring it back to the commission if we entertain that, and at that point, then it's it's up to you guys to determine whether that's practicable or not. I hope that makes sense.
Thanks, Ryan. And that's pretty much what the condition says right now. So I think we could live with that. Many times in these conditions that where you have farmers in the same neighborhood, you can see a joint effort along those lines should a source become available, and that's to be encouraged if we can do so wisely. But
yeah, I actually just got a text from Neil Fuji, who said there's really the wastewater reuses, there's really none in the area. So for the foreseeable future, I don't think that will be a practicable alternative. So thanks, Neil, for sending that over to me.
Understood.
Okay, any other questions? All right, hearing none, is there a motion to approve?
Move approval.
Second. Is there a second? Thank
Second.
you. Buck, all in favor, say aye. Aye, and that is unanimous. Okay, thank you. Good luck, Mr. Alston. We're all rooting for you and all of our growers out there.
Thank you very much, everybody. Have a great day. Good luck.
Okay. Well, all right, we're going to go on to item C2.
Good morning, Commissioners. Dean Ueno with the Commission Stream Protection and Management Branch. This is agenda item C2 on the approval of Stream Channel Alteration Permit SCAP 5860.3 for BRE Turtle Bay Resort LLC for its new roadway access project on O'Eo Stream in Kahuku. Commission staff is seeking approval for the SCAP permit 5860. The landowner is proposing a new conspan culvert, which is basically a series of precast culvert arches and wing walls. The final dimensions are estimated to be 30 feet wide by 8 feet high by 108 feet long, which will serve to accommodate a new roadway across the subject stream. The concrete wing walls will range from 30 feet to 92 feet in length and will also be installed on both the upstream and downstream ends of the culverts to protect the roadway embankments from erosion. Also, riprap is proposed to be placed at a depth of 3-foot grade along the wing walls and in scour-prone areas at the upstream end of the structure. I just want to highlight a couple of the comments that were made by City and County of Honolulu Department of Planning and Permitting, or at least just bring them to your attention, the Department of Hawaiian Homelands and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, just because their comments were incorporated into the SCAP as conditions of the permit. Pretty much staff stands on its recommendations. If you have any questions, I'm here for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And does the applicant want to add anything?
Hi, yes, good morning. My name is Rebecca Candilasa. I'm from Wilson Okamoto Corporation. I am a planning consultant. We prepared the application. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. I'm also joined today on the call by Sam Cannon, who is also a representative of the applicant. Just wanted to share quickly an update on the status of those conditions that Dean had mentioned, and just provide an overview of how the applicant has and will comply with those conditions. So related to condition A, related to DPP plan approval. So construction plans have been submitted to DPP. Those are under review. We submitted those about a month or so ago. So we're going through that process and acknowledge that condition, and that approved plans need to be submitted. The second condition related to prior, during, and post-engagement consultation with the applicant's Cultural Advisory Committee, OHA, and NHOs. We just wanted to note the process that came before, that we're going through and will go through. So we note that the Office of Hawaiian Affairs and NHOs were consulted as part of the Department of the Army permit process with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers for Section 106 consultation. So that consultation was conducted. No one identified any interest in the project, as no additional information nor opposition or comments of any kind were received from NHOs in response to that consultation. And related to just what has taken place to date, over the last 10 years, Turtle Bay Resort has had extensive outreach with the local community related to the entitlements for the proposed expansion development, the supplemental EIS, and the improvements, and specifically reached out to influential and experienced community leaders by inviting a selected qualified group of them to participate in a cultural advisory committee. This committee met off and on over the last 10 years, and there is a current committee that is in place and does meet regularly. All of these stakeholders have played a role in the development of the overall master plan, which reflects the significantly reduced density that you see in the proposal today, and also the dedication of hundreds of acres into the conservation easement. So as far as continuing consultation, the current Cultural Advisory Committee consists of 11 members.
some of them being lineal descendants of the community and others as community influencers. They do meet with senior management every 1 to 2 months to discuss thoughtful and intentional directions for the land and space at Turtle Bay Resort. So this specific project and action would be brought up during those meetings. And related to the conditions C through E, which relate to avoidance and minimization measures to protect endangered species. You know, these are standard measures that the applicant is well aware of and has implemented and would implement in this project and will incorporate into the plans. And so, you know, with that, I have nothing else further to add. And Sam, do you have anything that you want to add on for the applicant?
No, thank you, Rebecca. I'm just here to answer any questions if you have anything for me.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. So with that, we just respectfully seek approval. And yes, again, happy to answer any questions you may have for us.
Thank you very much. Mr. Buck, did you have a question? Oh, I thought I saw you raise your hand. Anyone else?
I have a quick question.
Go ahead.
This is Commissioner Kakawa Viviani. I was looking at the submittal, and I was just a little bit unclear from the maps where the burials are in relation to the construction site. So, yeah, can you clarify? And mostly just how this project prevents disturbance, given its like sort of proximity to the dunes and coastline. So maybe that's explained somewhere, but I just couldn't pull it out of the submittal.
Yeah, I think what you're referring to is there is an area, it's not, so none of these burials are within the project site, and the area that you're referring to is not within the project site at all. Relative to the project site, I would say it's northwest of it. So there's no ground disturbing activity, you know, in any of those locations. The applicant, together with its consultant ASM affiliates, has been working closely with the State Historic Preservation Division regarding archaeological surveys, and has completed and received approvals for a burial treatment plan, a monitoring plan, a preservation plan, and data recovery plan. So all of that addresses the significant archaeological and cultural historic sites and property. So during construction, that the AMP would be followed.
And I just appreciate the kind of clear articulation of, you know, how the effort has taken steps to have meaningful consultation, and that there's a continued relationship there. So I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Okay, any others? Mr. Hannes.
Chair, I just also want to note that it's my understanding, I haven't been out to the property in recent years, but the applicant's done a lot in the way of native plant restorative work and implanting in your resort concept. Is that true, Samantha?
Yes, it has. We actually have just completed a large master landscape renovation project around the resort hotel within itself. And I would say about 90% of the plants that have been planted are native.
I commend that work, and as well the conservation easement, as well as the outreach with your lineal descendants and other cultural advocates of the area. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any others? Okay, hearing none, is there a motion to approve C2 as submitted?
Move to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Buck. Mr. Meyer, second.
Okay.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Is unanimous. Thank you so much. And thank you for your work on this. Good luck with it. And we appreciate all your work out there.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, we'll move to C3.
I think Jeremy's going to be jumping on in a second.
Yeah, Chair. While we get Jeremy on, and while we're prepping for that, maybe really quick to do a introduction. I just wanted to let the commission know that we have hired back Katie Roth. She's our new planning program manager. So she's leading up the planning branch team, and will be taking on that kuleana. So welcome her. And this is her first commission meeting with us. So the rest of the items today for action are coming from our planning branch. So just a real quick intro. Thank you.
She
And then
has
Jeremy.
extensive work background on the forestry and wildlife side. So
Right. And was also with the Water Commission during Deputy Tam's period of 4 years here. So welcome back, and off to you, Jeremy, for C3. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Khalil. Morning, commissioners, Chairperson Jeremy Kimura with the Seaward Planning Branch. And so this submittal is pretty straightforward, but I'll just read the request. So we're asking that the commission delegate authority to the deputy director to enter into an MOA with the Honolulu Board of Water Supply to partner on water conservation measures for the island of Oahu. And to summarize, as you know, with the Red Hill situation and the dry summer we're having, we really need to sort of up our game here for water conservation. And some of the facts in the submittal are that Oahu uses more water just from the municipal system than Maui Island and Hawaii Island combined. So it's a very large potential for conservation savings and big impact in terms of reducing our per capita water use for the state. And so we're hoping to use this MOA as a vehicle to partner with the Board of Water Supply on their conservation messaging and really have our dollars go farther and staff resources go farther on this, on water conservation. So the MOA is attached and the scope is attached there for your review. But the recommendations are that we enter into a memorandum of agreement with the BWS to partner on water conservation measures for Oahu, and then amend the MOA with the BWS upon written agreement by both parties, subject to the availability of state funds, and any contracting that occurs as part of this memorandum will be subject to HRS 103D, which is the procurement code. And with that, I'll take any questions.
okay, questions, Mr. Buck.
Yeah, Jeremy, what's the relationship between this? I know the Hawaii Water Council, of which both DLNR and the Board of Water Supply sit on, are also doing a messaging. And I know that's maybe focused more on tourism. I think that's where their emphasis is, but I'm just curious how that relates to that effort that is ongoing as well.
Let me take that if I can. So Commissioner Buck, this is a spinoff from that initiative, but in the short period, this is to really help support the board in their conservation messaging that they are already doing, especially in preparation for this summer, which we anticipate some potential drier or a drier period this summer. So this is one step in that process. We are and have been coordinating with Hawaii Community Foundation in this effort, and this is kind of one of the results of that conversation. So it's definitely in alignment with those larger strategies for outreach and communication and education on conservation efforts. But this is us working directly with the board, and we feel like this is the best mechanism for us to engage in that process.
Mr. Usagawa, do you want to add anything?
Thank you, Chair, and hi, commissioners. Yeah, they're just here to answer questions, but yeah, just to confirm that what Khalil was saying, we are working, and what Commissioner Buck was saying, we are working with HCF on a specific water conservation campaign for tourism. There are concepts that have been suggested. I think there's more meetings to come, but it seems that there is that gap between what we inform our residents around conservation and their understanding or their perspective of how tourists treat our water, and understanding where the source of the water comes from in the watershed. So we are working towards providing funding for that effort with HCF. And I believe this contribution could advance that effort further, but more long-term, I think and I appreciate your support of the proposed draft MOA. there are other, we're just scratching the surface for water conservation. So, any kind of coordination that we can, do with the Water Commission and us, I mean, it would just, benefit the, Oahu, but also, what works here on Oahu could also be extended, to the other counties as well. So, thank you for your support.
Thank you. Mr. Katayama.
Hi, thank you, Chair. I guess it's a question for Kaleo. What's the total scope of this program? All in, if you look at all the various participants?
Yeah, so the initial.
Barry.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead, Kaleo.
No, sorry about that, Commissioner. So what's attached is an initial draft scope, and obviously we would work closely with Board of Water Supply to finalize that. And there's been some initial conversations on how to move that forward, and I would want to fine tune that, and maybe we can report back on the final outcome of that outreach effort and the efficacy of our collaboration together. But really right now it's the skeleton, and we need to just get this budgeting process and approvals through so that way we can continue to build out the scope. And the amount of funding is minimal compared to some of the larger outreach education campaigns that are done by the board. And so we're only helping to contribute a fraction to their larger conservation efforts. And for us, our focus really is on protecting the resource, right? So we believe that this minimal contribution is a way to kind of get us support and build capacity, because we don't have that function internally within the Water Commission, and the board already has that infrastructure in place. So this is one way we can kind of partner with them to get and align our messaging with minimal investment. So I don't have the full breadth of the scope identified. We have an outline within the MOA draft, but we're going to beef that out. That's the goal.
What is the sense of urgency in achieving the conservation? Isn't that cliff pretty close, timing wise?
I will defer to Barry on the system conservation, and then staff and I can talk more on the overall aquifer conversation. So maybe Barry, you want to take a stab at that one?
We are in alert water shortage condition for the Honolulu and Aiahalava water system because of Red Hill. One of the things that we've been working on this specific tourism campaign is to get it out this summer in the next couple of months. Just not the full program, but we are intend to partner with a large hotel chain as well to address that segment of our water customers that may not get the wind of the general conservation messages we have. And this summer is when is our test case. How far pumpage can will rise versus our reduced capacity. So for us it's urgent, but also there is that longer term benefit. And I like the idea of tying the tap to the resource. I don't think there's enough of that kind of messaging out there. There's bits and pieces of it. And it would be great if we could get that front and center. So there's a lot of upside potential, a lot of opportunity to move this forward. And on Oahu, our per capita day demand is like 145 gallons per capita day. There are other municipalities that are lower. In fact, I'm working on a project or a study to see how we can, what's the easiest way to reduce that and get that down. And just a side note from the presentation on the Maui Water Use and Development Plan, you talk about the two climate change rainfall scenarios, the dry and wet. if we're in that dry scenario, and I apologize that, I'm sorry going off topic, but our watershed management plans are still working on them. We need to, we're getting ready to present that. We have a scenario of dry and wet. And in the dry, if that is our future, and we have 80 years, right? We need to get the per capita demand down. And then that doesn't happen overnight. You need to start early and work towards that. But we have a series of strategies and numbers to present on that. But it's really about behaviors, as well as what we have. Our water sensible program has incentivizes rebates. So we're giving you the tools to conserve, but how do you get to the behavior side where I want to use some of those tools? And I want to conserve, tell me how. Well, some of the population the behaviors are hard to change, and that comes with education early and often, and messaging and strategically placed. So there's a lot of that complexity going on, but we really could use the commission's help on trying to put our fingers on it.
Barry, if your conservation goals are not met, are you anticipating coming before the commission to take more draconian action? Or do you have the proper tools in place to do that?
We have the tools in place, Commissioner. This particular shortage is not really resource-based or supply, it's infrastructure. It's not having enough pumping capacity. And that really is a decision for our board first. And we're updating them next week on our numbers. We're able to, they're looking more promising. But yeah, we have the tools to reduce. We're in alert. There's the more critical, the higher level is critical. We don't see ourselves in critical at this point, but we'll be proposing that to our board, and we see what they say. But yeah, we can go into mandatory conservation. Right now, it's a 10% voluntary. We have the authority through our rules and regulations to go through mandatory and even condition developments. And I have to say that since Ernie's been going on to like 200 of these presentations to all these various stakeholders, the developers have been responsive, coming back to us with ways on how we can, how they can be more efficient. They investigated on-site reuse, gray water reuse. Still kind of, that's a hard nut to crack, but what ways can they conserve and still get their development approved? So there is that response that we're getting, but we'll see this summer how well the community as a whole can meet those conservation targets that we set.
So in terms of your voluntary goals, how well have you achieved those?
It really comes down to what we see in the August, September, October timeframe relative to our capacity. If they stay in historical max day demand figures of the previous years, I think we'll be okay. If they go higher than that, then we'll ramp up our messaging, and we have the tools to actually get more stringent, progressively restrictive. But we don't, at this point, the data doesn't show that we need it. I hope that answers your question.
Well, I guess what's the sensitivity to this? Doing a messaging job it takes time, and it really is the expectation of when you expect behavior to change. So I guess, relative to that, when do you need behavior to change? Or are you saying you really don't need it to change immediately?
Oh, no, well, in terms of the water shortage, our more draconian options are to set, once you're in mandatory, we can set allotments. And for those that continue to don't meet those allotments, we can install flow restrictors, and we can increase water rates, and we can discontinue water service, if you really start ramping up. So we have those tools. But I think the behavior side is something that we don't have a good handle on. One of the other things we're doing is a survey to determine what the general or the majority of the customers think about, or do they incorporate that into their normal day-to-day practices? Is it just a response when we say, or is it just all the time? We don't know that. There are a million people on this island, so having that understanding will then allow us to focus and prioritize our efforts with limited resources on closing that gap. And one of the gaps that we understand is really tourists, and so that's why we focus on it.
So this MOA between Seaworm and yourself is going to be targeted for the tourism?
That's one facet. There's probably others that are as Kaleo said, that the scope will be is in progress, and we'll be adding to that. But that's our current focus with the Hawaii Community Foundation and the Freshwater Council, which Kaleo, Ernie, and I are, and Mike, Commissioner Buckler is and Chair Case, we're all on the same council. But that's what they're currently working on. They worked in Denver Water. They have a very good consultant, and it's where we focus the messaging. It's called currently it's in draft form, but it's called treat every drop like it's our last. And some of the areas where we intend to focus some of the messaging is in the entry points, the airports, and specific hotels and beach parks and showers and stuff. So it's those areas where the tourists normally are. And then we'll see how that goes. But it's a way to actually inform the residents through a focus on tourism, because the residents, through polling and focus groups, are saying that, why should I conserve the tourists or not? So that's what we're trying to address in this particular initiative, but there are going to be others.
Okay, well, thanks. But I don't want to belabor this, but thanks. You gave me a sense of what you're trying to do, or the group is trying to do. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Mr. Hannes?
Yes, obviously a good move, and it's top of mind for Oahu because of our population density and the Red Hill crisis. But Kaleo, this is a good statewide issue as well, an initiative that might inform other behaviors around the state. Do we have similar MOAs with other departments of water supply? Can they be incorporated in this one? Should we have more of these? What are your thoughts?
Mahalo for that question. I definitely think we could engage, and the code already anticipates these types of agreements where we work with other utilities and municipalities on conservation efforts. NEO might be able to also add a little bit into. We do have a water conservation plan that we developed, and we've been slowly kind of implementing the strategies that were articulated in that planning effort. And we might want to look at updating that. It's been a while. It's kind of old, not old, but I mean, it's definitely over 5 years, I think, ago. So there's definitely an opportunity to move. I think right now, what makes this really urgent is the current Red Hill situation.
Sure.
Is the need moving into summer, is the most populated island, and where we have, the board, which provides most of the water on this island. It just seems like a logical place to partner and get our biggest bang for our buck and leverage the minimal resources that we do have. So we definitely can look at other islands, like for example, Maui, on conservation efforts and areas for improvement. Working obviously government to government is always easier. Where we do see a need, in my opinion, is in a lot of the private water systems and those efficiencies and conservation, more so than the public utilities. So how we work on that and how we encourage, efficiencies and conservation measures on private systems is also a need for us as a water commission. So definitely opportunity. It really just comes down to resources and allocation of those resources.
But these are resources really well spent, and they're well spent early before the crisis rather than wait till there's a crisis, because as we've just cited, Barry's testified to the fact that behavior change takes a while.
Absolutely.
So let's get ahead of it on Kauai, where there is no issue, and other islands as well. Thank you.
Yep, we can definitely fold that in. Yep, thank you.
Dr. Kagawa again.
Yeah, thanks, Khalil and Barry and all for that. I guess in looking at the submittal, I noticed that, although you folks mentioned HCF and tourism and that being an important sort of public perception focus, the MOA actually focuses a little bit more on, what does it say, school outreach, education, xeriscape promotion, rainbow catchment, leak detection, water audits, public, that would be part of public information campaigns, would be the sort of tourism. Water efficient fixture rebate, direct replacement programs, building facility audits, and green infrastructure promotion. So, I mean, that's a lot of different things. And I think one of the things I'm wondering about is bang for your buck. How much, I'm just saying from UH side, as an institution, there's a tremendous amount of water being used, and from internal conversations, little understanding of actually perhaps no audits having been done. And so what emphasis would be placed on some of these bigger organizations to help them build the water literacy to conserve, not just household by household, but reduce their water demands. And specifically, I'm thinking about Neil talking about audits, but is that part of the program?
Which Neil are you talking to?
Who wants to grab that one?
Yeah, so right now the water audit is a utility type of audit, but there are facility audits that can be done at the facility level. And it gets very, very detailed. So but yes, I agree, there's lots of opportunity at all the UH campuses. And there is we have a contact over there. I think we spoke about it before, Commissioner. But yeah, definitely, and that's one of the board's largest customers, Board Water Supply. So I'm sure they're reaching out as well.
Maybe just to kind of frame it in a larger perspective, in general, conservation is all of our responsibility. And I think, this part of this conversation is way too often, a lot of what's presented to this commission is general aquifer health and whether we have water or don't have water, versus how we behave as users of that resource. So that's the balancing that we're constantly looking at. And so I think on the use side, how we change behavior, how we act that way, we do need to spend more time on that. And that's definitely something that I've talked more specifically with the planning branch about, in looking at strategies, policies, updating of our water conservation program and plan, and coordinating with, low-hanging fruit, and trying to deal with some of these large users and increase efficiencies. So I don't think there's a silver bullet or a one-size-fits-all. In this specific MOA, this is us just partnering, taking a first step with the board, who does have the capacity and infrastructure to take these water conservation strategies, programs to a next level by just us infiltrating them with or giving them some funding, versus us taking on that kuleana, separate from the board. So this is just our recommended strategy in the first phases of trying to build up that conservation strategy and approach. But we're open, as this discussion is being had, to build that out and think more strategically about how to do that with our team here at the Water Commission. So I hope that helps frame.
Thank you, Kaleo. This is Paul. There is, and Barry, you know this pretty well. Going back into the 70s and 80s, this topic was developed in terms of consumer behavior as well as business behavior. very effectively by American Water Works Association, which is the industry group representing public utilities, water companies, purveyors, and that information is pretty much all available, relatively inexpensively, probably free, and certainly it's a hot topic right now, given the condition of some of the western states. But that would be a great resource for our planning group at CWIRM and of course yourselves. And I'm sure you guys are using that actively. It's just a suggestion.
Commissioner Hope?
Sorry, can I finish or just ask Barry? I think Barry had something to say following.
Oh, just about UH. Just some things that we've been working on. So UH Manoa uses about 250,000 gallons a day. And as you all know, the green space there is dwindling because they keep building new buildings in. And then the fields that they have, they got turf and stuff. So, I mean, artificial for the fields and stuff. We've talked to Blake Araki, who's the head of the facilities maintenance, focusing on, the leak detection and repair, as well as cooling towers. We're building a rebate for conductivity controllers for cooling towers. They already have them there, but that's one thing where it just dumps 10,000 gallons a day on timers on some of them. The better ones have measure conductivity because it's blowing mist up to cool the refrigerant return, and it just more water is used and more water is discharging to the source. So you can reduce your costs by controlling cooling towers. So that's one area I think where there's a lot of promise throughout urban Honolulu. But Blake is aware, and finding ways to try to reduce. So then, once you get all the hard stuff in there, the efficiencies and stuff, now it's the students, it's the people that use the water. So how do you get the message to them to kind of use less? And so I'm hopefully having, we have these mirror clings for the bathrooms that you can just kind of cling on with a small message that's not too obtrusive, but it's a reminder for the dorms, for the restrooms throughout campus. How can we, put the water conservation messaging out there so that it affects behaviors? And that's something that on those three fronts is what we're moving on.
That's great to know. And I guess I'm hopeful and excited that the expertise that the board brings in terms of utilities and knowing what tools to increase efficiency can be made more transparent, because not all of these organizations maybe have that in-house knowledge or capacity. Maybe at Manoa, but there are multiple campuses at UH, and sometimes that information trickle through doesn't go all the way. So if there's a slate of, I just want to put it on hopefully the scope of work, if there's a set of tools and best practices that could be made just known more broadly, I think that would be helpful, because then the commission can move that beyond just BWS, but send that messaging out and say, hey, these are the new norms. Even if you're a private water system, please request this of your users, for instance. So thank you. I think, okay, sorry. Okay. No.
Yeah. So I was just thinking that this is such an efficient use of a limited amount of funds that the commission is able to give out, right? And so paragraph 3 of the MOU really gives this broad description of what we can use this money, or what Board of Water Supply and the commission can use to partner with. And it includes asking people or encouraging universities and other entities to do building and facility audits and things like that. So I think this is a really efficient use of a limited amount of funds that the commission is able to give out. The other thing that we're looking at is partnering with the University of Hawaii for other things like workforce development, so that you could get someone within the environmental department, or what is it, the I guess it's environmental department, to look at those kinds of conservation measures that the university or other entities can use to save water. I know it starts with educating, and I think this this MOU, it goes a long way to educating people on how to conserve. So that's all I have.
Thank you for the
Thank you.
feedback.
Any other comments, questions?
I'd just like to recognize Commissioner Meyer's point about EWWA and the behaviors. So thank you for that. There's a lot of manuals for conservation, and so you know, I'll dust them off and then take another look at it. But thank you for the comment.
Okay, any others? If not, do we have a motion to approve C3 as submitted from Dr. Kagawa Vivian? Is there a second? Mr. Hannes. Okay, all in favor, say aye. 2, 4. Wait, I'm sorry, I need to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Am I missing somebody?
Yeah, it doesn't, it looks like Commissioner Katayama is not on the live feed right now.
Okay, so I need to note that, and just for the roll call, it's Ho, Case, Hannes, Meyer, Kagawa, Viviani, and Buck. Okay, thank you so much, and Barry, great to see you. Thank you for this work.
Thank you for your support.
Okay, let's move. Everybody good for one more? We'll move to C4.
Aloha Commissioners, Katie Roth with the Planning Branch. It's nice to see everyone again, and it's good to be back. I'll try to make this one pretty quick. Item C4, we're requesting delegation of authority to the Deputy Director to enter into a memorandum of agreement with the University of Hawaii, Hawaii Nui Akea School of Hawaiian Knowledge to hire a graduate research assistant who will help with research, traditional and customary practices, and pertinent rights issues. The MOA will employ a graduate research assistant for 12 months with the option to extend. Total amount of funding needed for the project is $40,000. That will be awarded from CWIRM's FY22 general fund budget. Planning Branch stands on its staff's written submittal. I'm happy to answer any questions. And we also have Dr. Kamana Beamer here to answer those as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Beamer. Good to see you.
Aloha, Chair Case. Aloha, Commissioners.
Aloha. You want to add anything, Dr. Beamer?
No, I just welcome this opportunity to mentor a graduate research assistant, kind of support the continued efforts of the commission around traditional customary rights and pertinent rights. The MOU kind of shows there's a number of areas that we could work in, and I think the plan is to work fairly closely with the planning branch as we're developing these. So from my humble opinion, I think there's a great need for this, and I think this is a great opportunity to get some expertise and also to train and develop and mentor some younger leadership for future work in the commission. So mahalo for considering it, and I can take any questions.
Thank you so much. All right, and thank you for this work. It's a great opportunity. Mr. Buck.
Yeah, either Katie or Kamana, nice to see you again. What specific areas, because you definitely had experience, that you think the commission needs assistance in?
Come on, I'll defer to you on this one.
Pardon me. Well, I don't want to speak for the commission, so I don't know if Kaleo, perhaps a deputy. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I'll take the first stab at this, and it's kind of it started with me kind of engaging in this process. So, a lot of the work when I first came on, we came straight out of Keoho, for example, where we know and the commission kind of identified that sustainable yield in general doesn't explicitly take into account traditional customary practices and groundwater dependent ecosystems like explicitly, and that via our permitting process, we would do that. Working through that process with one well currently that we're working on, which we heard about a year ago, and engaging with Ahamoku in that process with cultural practitioners and the descendants. So Right now, I've kind of taken on that function internally, but really building the capacity of our Water Commission staff, understanding of our role and responsibility under Kapa'akai, and that analysis is one area where I think this graduate research assistant can help support staff in that process and developing that process with Ahamoku community and commission staff. That's one. The other areas that can be applicable across all regions. It's not just Keoho, but I'm using Keoho as an example. The other is with appurtenant rights and what you're with potential designation of Lahaina, the Lahaina Aquifer Sector area. There are traditional cultural practices that exist in that area and LCAs that exist. So recognizing and documenting and quantifying appurtenant rights would be helpful. It's a great research opportunity to proactively do that versus relying on individuals to apply for those rights. So those are just two low-hanging fruit. Obviously, we'd want to work with Dr. Beamer and whoever is interested in this work to find something that aligns with kind of their values and what they're researching already. So it helps to support them in their growth individually. So I think we have options and we're open and flexible to do that work. But we definitely have a long way to go in building the capacity internally around traditional customary practices as a public trust use of water for the Water Commission. And it's only going to get, in my opinion, become more of an issue as the climate uncertainties occur and this reliance on ground and surface water for practices are increase, right, with restoration work, with reconnection of people to place and these practices. So long answer, but I think those two areas are definitely areas where we will need support and assistance. And this is a great way for us to try to do that, again, with limited resources, creating that partnership where expertise is within the university system. And then hopefully this can help springboard us into maybe getting staff, and increasing actual permanent staff and that function within the Water Commission.
Mr. Hannes?
Yes, it meets an immediate need, which is great, by a really competent source in Dr. Beamer, who's got experience on the commission. I really like the idea that we're mentoring a next generation of people who might be in your position, Kaleo, at some future date. So that's all good. Do we only need one? Is this budget constrained? Is there only one good candidate out there? Could we use more? Is there a way to ask the Kamehameha schools, the community foundation, and so forth to support more of these students? What's limiting us here, if this is a good idea?
Yeah, so I will start and then we can pass. Part of it is resource. A lot of it is internal capacity. With our small staff, we have about 20 staff. By creating these relationships, we'll need certain amount of staff time to make sure that there's a connection and liaison with the work, and so that it's relevant. And so until we can start to build that together, we want to just try this, because this is, again, us. We've worked on Legal Fellow with Kahuliao, which has been really helpful to do some of that work, and that is one. We're starting this MOA with the Board of Water Supply, hopefully engaging in this MOA with UH in Hawaiian Studies. There's other potential conversations about doing the similar thing with urban and regional planning around planning work. So there are these natural relationships and resources that we can connect to. A lot of it is just based on what we can handle and grow. And we had this conversation with Dr. Beamer, and I think we're juggling between one or two, but we figure we can start with one. And then the reason why the delegation is there is if we have the resources and if he can handle or others can handle mentoring students, then we could bring on hopefully more and even partner. We could offer, ask Kamehameha schools for funding or OHA or others to support us. We can double down on this work. So we're just leading by example at this point, creating that relationship and then seeing where that relationship goes.
Fabulous. Thank you.
Other questions? Comments?
I just have just for background, I'm aware of at least one student who, graduate student who did an internship with Water Commission, is there, I guess, what kinds of track records have there been for graduate students working with the commission on commission projects?
So I've been here for only 4 years, so I would defer to some of our longtime staff to do work. I know that we have had student helpers that are usually undergraduates, and we're looking at hiring one. And usually they're during breaks, like summer breaks, we'll bring on a student helper to help us work on projects. But we have that potential as an option. I don't know how many graduate research or graduate students we've helped through or have participated with the Water Commission. So I don't know if Neil or Ryan or Dean have any feedback.
Yeah, thanks for that question, Commissioner. Yeah, we have had in the past, like a lot of them were legal type, legal interns, and they would assist with some of the legal, help with the legal interpretations, along with our AGs, of course, and then also to help us do some research on whatever the relevant matters were of the day, which staff is not trained as lawyers, so that was helpful. So to that extent, it was mostly the kind of legal students or interns, and like Kaleo was mentioning, we have a lot of we've had undergraduates as student helpers, but a lot of times doing menial type of work, office work. So.
I'm just curious, how are those generally funded? Mostly because I'm at UH and I'm kind of curious, does the commission, need to run that, or are they through these partnerships to have student interns, and what's the best usefulness of sort of student trainees working on to help commission or state agency projects?
So this one is definitely an MOA. The student helper positions are actually actual positions, state positions that we can fill. So those are funded directly by us, and they would be housed in our office and do the work directly on projects that we assign them. So I think it's a combination of both, but in general, it comes out of our funding, usually our general fund or special fund accounts.
And if I could add to that really quickly, in my experience working with the Division of Forestry and Wildlife, one way that we kind of fill that gap in capacity is actually hiring through UH, typically through RCUH or PCSU. So that is something that I'm interested in looking more into. If we have the funding capacity to do it, there's definitely opportunities to quickly hire folks with that expertise through the university.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions, comments?
Move approval.
Thank you. For a second. Second from, I'm going to give it to Ho because she did it. Okay, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Well, Nui, thank you, everyone.
This initial program here. Okay, so that brings us to the end of our morning agenda. And so I think we're going to take a break until 2 o'clock. We've agendized the Red Hill work starting at 2. So we'll just take a break until then, and we'll see you back here at 2 p.m. All right. Thanks a lot, everyone.
It's going to be a long lunch, Chair.
Hey, you can eat a lot.
This is a record.
A real break.
So should we leave?
No martinis or anything like that now.
You're welcome to leave. If you want, you can leave and we can let you back in at 2.
Okay, thank you.
I'll do that also.
Hey, Suzanne. How'd you make out with the budgets?
Hey, good. We are live on YouTube, I think. We did have, I think all of the departments benefited from a strong and unanticipatedly strong economy. So we got the full request for our watershed partnership, watershed management has been our top priority CIP for my whole term here. We are live on YouTube, I think. We did have, I think all of the departments benefited from a strong and unanticipatedly strong economy. So we got the can't hear you, Ray. Wait. We cannot hear you. We could hear me, but not you.
Okay, I'm here.
No, but
Sorry.
Ray, are you speaking, Rayanne?
Hi, Chair. How about now?
Yes, we can hear you. One, two, three, four, five. Six. Seven.
Well, Chair, that was much nicer than the usual 15-minute lunch.
Remarkable, yeah. Right.
You know, I have never talked in front of a well-fed, well-rested commission. This is quite an honor.
Mike, what happened to you?
Oh no, I'm not going to Europe. I've had some scalp stuff, so I'm just sparing you guys the visual.
Oh, the beauty treatments.
Yeah, beauty treatments. There you go. Although at a certain age, you know, that's a concept.
I know all about those. Amen.
All right, I think we are ready to go here. So let me just double check. 1, 2, 3, 4. You know, let me just state everybody's name for the record, since we are reconvening at 2. So Suzanne Case, we have Michael Buck, Aurora Kakawi, Viviani, Neil Hannes, Wayne Katayama, Paul Meyer, and Kathy Ho as commissioners, all in the room here. And we are going to proceed with item D1 now. So please go ahead.
I'll take the lead. Let me share my screen. This is the first time I've ever shared a screen, so we'll see how it works. Permission? Do I need permission from someone? Here we go. Oh, control. No. All right. Everybody see that?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. Just as far as how I think this will work, I probably won't take more than 10 minutes. Then I'll ask the fellow group members, Paul and Aurora, if they want to add anything, and then we can open it up to the commission discussion. This is an abbreviated version, and I really urge everyone to read the very detailed report that we did submit, and I really want to recognize Aurora for all her hard work. It provides the full range of issues that you asked the permitted interaction group to address. But at the January 7th meeting, you adopted a position that the commission would use its full range of authority and capacity. And I underline that because our recommendations are really trying to address that, to work with all the stakeholders, to monitor. Well, I don't need to read that. The focus, and then I said the focus of this presentation is to report on the group's analysis of what we think is the progress being made, the role of the commission in addressing its public trust responsibilities, the goals of future commission actions, and specific recommendations for the commission to deliberate and act upon at its next meeting in June, if we could. And we strongly recommend the full reading of the comprehensive report submitted for really detailed comments addressing the wide range of scope of issues that we were tasked to address. When I refer to the group, it's a permitted interaction group. The PIG, we never really appreciate being called the PIG, but that's right. So I want to start out with some takeaways that I think are more the bigger picture that the group feels like is important to communicate. And the Red Hill fuel tanks are the biggest threat to South Oahu's drinking water since the establishment of the water code. And this issue is going to extend past this current administration and many of the commissioners that are currently serving. So I think the key is that this time frame is important, and one of our goals is to really establish a platform for future commissions and commissioners to deal with this issue. I gave a brief paragraph. This was an editorial that Carl Kim University put in, and he's describing it as one of the most significant disasters in Hawaii. Some outside noise, sorry. The second takeaway is there's a lot of scientific uncertainty surrounding the fuel release and the contamination. And again, this will not be resolved in the short term. That takeaway tells you all the different kinds of issues that are being discussed. And it may take up to 3 to 5 years before monitoring wells are in, models are done, data is collected, before the Board of Water Supply feels comfortable. So I think anyone who's attended some of these advisory task force meetings can really see that we don't know. So this is a call out for to use the precautionary principle that is part of our legal mandate. The next one, and for all due respect, I don't believe the public really trusts the Navy's commitment or capability to safely decommission the fuel tanks and address the long-term remediation. And some of it's been historic on their resistance to the state emergency orders. Anyone who sat through the hours of public testimony and listened to the people who were personally affected by their drinking water and talking about their pets and their kids and the sick. So like it or not, again, all due respect for the people working in the Navy, we don't feel the general public really trusts them. And the correlators, they're really looking for the state, for state agencies and entities for leadership and transparency. And here's where I think a key role of the Water Commission could be. There are ongoing and upcoming legal issues that I'm not even aware of, but we know that they're there, that may hinder progress on data sharing and public transparency between parties and respective stakeholders. If you recall, even the last meeting, our Department of Health would not take oral questions from commissioners. They had to be in writing. And again, I'm not saying that's good or bad. It's just an issue that we need to be aware of, that will be legal issues. The issues of water quality and quantity are inextricably linked. And ever since I've been on the commission and even before, there's been these silos between Water Quality Department of Health, Water Quantity, the Water Commission. And I think it's critical that we can see right now that those issues are linked. We need to make sure that our policies and our perspectives are able to deal with that. Another takeaway, multi-agency, multi-stakeholder coordination. There's lots and lots of players involved. Obviously, one of the first steps is making sure our Department of Health and DLNR and the Water Commission are working together, but there's going to be a lot of coordination and county agencies. It's just going to go on and on. So this is something that we need to have a framework that we really make this work. And again, this is one of the focuses of our recommendations for the Commission for Action. And I think this is the most important thing. While there are multiple existing done and current ongoing planning efforts, I have not seen any comprehensive roadmap yet that identifies and drills down on work plans, implementation schedules, responsible agencies, and funding requirements for aquifer remediation, especially the funding requirements and responsible agencies. A lot of the past plans have a savings clause. We'll look at this, or when necessary, or if funds are available. And I think that is a role for the Water Commission. Let me briefly, and I probably don't have this right, identify all the different kinds of plans that are ongoing or have been. There's a red shift shaft recovery monitoring plan that was really, focused on drinking, on safe drinking water. The Department of Health has taken the lead on this, and I think has done a good job. There's a fuel tank advisory committee, which I think is from sponsored by a legislative action. They just had a meeting, and that also includes Department of Health, EPA, and the Navy. There's an Aquifer Recovery Task Force, which is really sponsored by the Navy, that is bringing together all the scientific representations, and maybe 50, 60 people on the phone call, identifying monitoring wells. This is more of the scientific, really focusing on aquifer recovery. There's a Pearl Harbor Water Resources Management Plan, which I think came out of the AOC, which is a really good plan. It's the first one that talks about the whole watershed and talks about the Navy contributing to watershed management. There's the Remediation and Restorative Action Plan Committee. This is recently configured by the EPA, and I think it has the largest group of stakeholders, but my initial discussions with the planner said they're not really dealing with budgets and for funding. And a lot of these, we are at the table, staff is participating. University of Hawaii Water Resources Research Center every Friday for 2 hours has presentations, and a large audience comes really focusing on the scientific aspects. And Aurora can speak to you much more on that. And then finally, there are the 2 emergency orders from the State Department of Health, which are legal standing documents that have really helped a lot. And we're really glad the Department of Health is really stepped up to the plate. We've been asked in previous meetings, what's the role of the Water Commission in dealing with the Red Hill? And you guys know this, but we have unique and public trust responsibilities for managing water and other resources not held by any other state entity. And if you read the detailed report, there's a great job on the wetlands and the community groups and the agriculture and all the other kind of public trust resources that are really our responsibility to look after, that are in these watersheds. We are the primary state agency in regulating water use and well construction. So obviously we have a big role. The Water Code provides comprehensive legal authority, which to my mind, and I think the group, I'll try to has not been fully exercised to date to address the aspects of the Red Hill crisis, especially regarding the longer term aquifer management and recovery. Kuleana, that's our Kuleana. They wrote the Water Code in '86 to deal with those type of issues. And until now, we've only acted as an advisory role in past and current Red Hill planning and legal documents. I don't know, 2014, we had extensive comments on the AOC. We had extensive concerns, but because we're not at the table, we basically, I don't say defer, but we've been using the legal authority of Department of Health. We really have not exercised. And one thing I've learned in my professional career, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. And I think it's critical that we are a primary player and we need to be there at the table. And again, we are asked to provide input. The staff has been very active in an advisory role, but we don't have a final decision in a lot of the existing planning processes. So no sense make recommendations unless we have specific goals of what we want to achieve. And I've outlined the ones that I think we're really focused on, but obviously ensuring no overpumping of the aquifer during the current emergency water shortage is a huge issue. And we have a recommendation about emergency water, but this is now a whole South Oahu aquifer issue, transcending more than one aquifer. And the overpumping, we know we've closed down certain wells. The Navy's utilizing one well for all its purposes. We talked about this a lot, but obviously that's a key issue that we believe we have authority over. This is one I think is critical that does not exist now. We need to facilitate the creation of an enforceable plan for aquifer remediation and recovery with stated agencies and funding. Enforceable is really key. Obviously, we need to monitor and ensure the safe decommissioning of the radio fuel tanks. I think the Department of Health is doing a great job on that, but we need to be at the table. We need to provide, I think the commission can provide for public transparency as a trusted outlet for accurate and timely information. We've been doing this in these monthly meetings, but I think that's an important, because all our meetings are public. I think that that's important. And we should establish a more formalized framework for interagency coordination. So goals, those are the goals that we think the commission can achieve with the recommendations that we're putting forward. And so here's our recommended action. The Water Commission should modify the 3 Navy water permits to require an enforceable plan for aquifer remediation and recovery, which would include stated agency responsibilities, implementation schedules, and funding requirements. And I put in our rules that give us really clear authority to be able to do that. This would be the first time the commission has ever had a commission-initiated permit process. And so there would be a public process and a public hearing, but the commission has never utilized this before. And here's our rationale. Requiring the Navy to cooperate and financially support aquifer remediation and recovery is not an unreasonable request. They are responsible for the damage to the aquifer, and they also have a vested interest in its future use. They need this water as much as we all do. Aligning their responsibility with their future water use by modifying their water use permit is the most powerful leverage the state of Hawaii has to require them to commit the resources to recover the aquifer. For me, this has got to be all hands on deck for the state of Hawaii. We need to use our full authority. I've worked with the military on many issues. Once they decide to do the right thing, they will do the right thing, but we need to have all the leverage to encourage them to do that. If the commission decides to do that, these are the additional benefits I see of that action. It would augment the Department of Health emergency orders with a focus on longer term aquifer recovery. We do have those standing, they're very good, but they don't have that kind of focus that at least we think we need for aquifer recovery. It would notify the numerous other planning efforts and the public what subject areas and data elements the commission will require in the comprehensive recovery plan. I don't believe we need to make the plan, but we need to inform these existing planning processes. These are the kinds of things that we expect to see in the comprehensive plan. It will encourage, again, this interagency coordination by really putting a marker in the sand and establishing a transparent, enforceable, and a detailed framework for recovering the aquifer. With funding estimates, it provides short and long-term cost recovery for relevant appropriators in the Hawaii congressional delegation. This is not going to be a short-term issue. People need to have a plan and real live numbers so we know the money we need. It would enable a level of public transparency that is sorely needed at this point. And finally, it would consolidate the state's legal authority for addressing the full range of aquifer remediation and recovery issues. I mean, this is the purpose of the water code. That's why they wrote it. And now we need to use the full authority and capability of the water code. To implement the action, we think just bringing on a dedicated staff, maybe on a 2-year assignment, to really provide the coordination and representation of these plannings needed to align all of these planning processes with the commission requirements for what we believe is an acceptable aquifer remediation and recovery plan. I know Kaleo has floated some of these. I've talked to potential funders. I think there's a lot of support for this. It's a small amount of money that can be able to be really leveraged. We have provided some draft language as for permit modification for the commission to consider. Again, it's our understanding that for the commission-initiated permit modifications, a public notice and a public hearing is required. I don't believe our best use of our time today is to wordsmith this because it's going to go through a whole bunch of permutations and input. But let me just briefly summarize the recommendation. Number one is, as I said, modify the Navy's water permits with special conditions. It's trying to build, that includes, again, the key implementation schedules, responsible agencies, and funding. And it tries to build on all these other planning processes that either have been or not. And it helps them organize their work. And here's A, B, C, D, E, and F. These are all the types of things that we believe would be part of a comprehensive aquifer recovery process. Remediation, water quality data sharing, modeling, contingency plans, water shortage sampling. So these are words that we think are good words, but obviously so much discussion, and I think we would get really valuable input from a lot of the stakeholders, the existing agencies that are already dealing with these plannings to try to align our process, creating a platform and a framework for them to work. The second is this water shortage. The second is we should initiate the process that notifies that we are going to modify the Navy permits. There is a public process and a notice that's required for this. Like I said, we've never done it before as a commission, and I will defer to the deputy and our legal counsel about how to do that. But I think that will help really firm up and build support and stakeholder input for the exact language. And the third is, and maybe this not be necessary, we've been concerned that a lot of our water shortage policies are based on not enough rainfall, not enough water. And now we're dealing with an issue because of the contamination of the aquifer, the quantities aren't there. We just want to make sure that a water shortage plan, we do have the full authority of the water code to utilize that. And like the Pearl Harbor emergency water shortage plan is really based on a lack of rainfall with triggers. And then we also want to make sure that the broader scope of our public trust, traditional customer rights, freshwater bracket springs, all those are really part of it. So this is kind of our first draft at what a permit modification would look like for the commission to deliberate. And that's probably just about 10 minutes. I'd like to ask Commissioner Meyer or Commissioner Kagawa-Viviani if they want to add anything to that. And then we'd love to open it up for full commission discussion. And how do I stop screen sharing?
Aurora, why don't you go first?
I'm here mostly to help answer or address any specific questions, but I think Commissioner Buck has given sort of the broad overview, and I'm happy to help patch in any technical details.
I certainly agree. Thank you, Mike. Aurora and Mike, I should admit, did most of the heavy lifting for the pig. I actually resigned from the pig to the chair after the Secretary of Defense agreed to defuel and decommission the Red Hill facility. Mike and Aurora really invested much more time and energy and deserve the credit for the pig's contribution and comprehensive recommendations. I reviewed those, audited them, but they really were formative. As Mike mentioned very eloquently, we have perhaps one regret. I have perhaps one regret, I should say. Perhaps the frustrations, not too mild a word. Unlike the Department of Health, we were advised that even though the State Water Code clearly charges the Water Commission with responsibility and care for Hawaii's water resources unequivocally, the only tools we were advised that we had for management of this Red Hill situation was management of the water use permits and any other permits that may be in connection with that facility. We do not have a specific authority to issue orders or to sanction activities. I think that's most unfortunate. And I feel that it would be inconsistent with the responsibilities established in the Water Code on the part of the Commission to not have those authorities similar to those of the Department of Health. And perhaps that should be remedied in court action or perhaps legislatively. But that again is just my opinion. But it was very frustrating because we all felt very strongly about the responsibility, but we couldn't reach in and change the situation directly. This makes it, however, as Mike points out, especially critical that we work with Department of Health, the Water Board, the Navy, and others to establish and manage a comprehensive management plan, not just for the Red Hill closure, but for complete remediation. And this is an expensive and long-term project. And it must be done in the interest of Maui and Oahu. That's really all I have to add. Try and answer questions if there are any. Thank you, Aurora. Anything else? Mike, did I overspeak in terms of our frustration?
Paul, you never overspeak. We don't always agree with you, but you never overspeak.
Maybe, maybe the one thing I'll add, and that, Commissioner Buck and Commissioner Meyer alluded to, is like the challenge between what was, what we were told was the jurisdiction of the commission and DOH. And I think, and I was thinking about how to communicate this, because again, we have these sort of not only like bureaucratic divisions between water quality and water quantity, but disciplinary perspective. So the way I framed it recently was the moment the board sort of shut off, and the Navy shut off Red Hill Shaft and Halava Shaft and the other nearby wells, we were suddenly in a 20 million gallon a day shortage, of water that's suddenly inaccessible. So that's unprecedented. And reading through the code, reading through administrative rules, there's really not, this situation was not considered in the writing of the code. So how do we then retool procedures to make it happen? And I think I just want to point out the staff have been working to reach out directly to DOH and to identify, what are those triggers and how can we learn from this situation, adjust how the inner workings of the agencies to make sure that, we can't necessarily always solve the current problem, but we have a way to think about this if and when it happens in the future. So like really trying to build and retool the existing sort of tools within the commission to address the current issue. And it's retrofitting. So one of the things I tried to do a lot was to interface with the staff and help understand the data they work with and the frames they work with and the bigger picture that the commissioners, were thinking about that sort of go beyond the what the normal business of the staff do. So hopefully that comes through. But that's all I have. And so the staff have the data, but I think the commissioners and the PIG, had this sort of broader responsibility to the public. And in the dialogues, that was often kind of an issue, just sort of translating across the different scopes that we were working with.
Thank you all for that very much. Before we get too much further along, I think I'm going to ask for a recommendation to go into executive session. Maybe what we should do is hear public testimony on this first, and then before we have any discussion on the commission level, I will make a motion to that effect. So let's go ahead and hear public testimony. So we'll go in order here. Rebecca Garrison.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Commission. My name is Rebecca Garrison, and I'm a member of the Oahu Water Protectors and the Shutdown Red Hill Coalition. I would like to begin by thanking the Commission on Water Resource Management for prioritizing the protection of the island's most precious resource, clean, unpolluted drinking water. I would also like to thank the Permitted Interaction Group for all of your hard work prepping for today's meeting. And lastly, I would like to personally thank Deputy Director Kaleo Manuel for continuing to support and emphasize the importance of public commentary and engagement here and in other arenas, because as you all know, the public does not trust the military and their so-called leadership with respect to Kapukaki, also widely known as Red Hill. As protectors of VI, held in trust for all of us, the public, each of you have been bestowed a tremendous kuleana. This commitment, or rather sacred duty, made by all members of the Commission includes a willingness to remain steadfast despite pressure to the contrary by any entity to keep Oahu's sole source aquifer safe. By extension, you also have a kuleana to enforce regulation when agencies of the US federal government, such as the US military, causes harm to the island's unique ecosystem and way of life. As an agency of the US federal government, the US Navy has breached Hawaii's public trust in many ways. Be it lie after lie or release after release, the US military in general and US Navy specifically has been excised from the public's trust, and we encourage the Commission to follow our lead. According to the state water code, quote, the people of the state are beneficiaries and have a right to have the water protected for their use, end quote. Consider for a moment, as you all reflect, and as you all reflect later, that as an agency of the US federal government, falling beyond the purview of Hawaii's state water code, the US military is not a beneficiary of this public trust, but rather an envoy of roving agents lacking commitment to the island's and people's best interest. To this end, one legal option the Commission may consider pursuing is mandating the US military abide by a different set of water use laws, regulations, and permits than, quote, the people of the state, end quote. As noted by the Permitted Interaction Group, quote, the fuel releases at the Red Hill bulk fuel storage facility require the Commission to exercise its full authority and fiduciary responsibility to protect Oahu's most important drinking water source from further contamination, end quote. And we, the people who call Oahu home and have no plans to bounce back to the continent, agree. Made abundantly clear these last few months and throughout the long durée of the military's presence in the Hawaiian archipelago as an agency that thrives by virtue of its agents' nomadism and therefore lack of commitment to any single location at any given time, we call on the Commission to create enforcement staff to, 1, enforce U.S. military match all civilian water conservation regulation, including prohibiting water use for landscaping, golf courses, car washes, and other non-essential purposes, unless and until the aquifer is remediated and no longer under threat. 2, hold the Navy's use permits to conditions of shutting down the entire Red Hill bulk fuel storage facility and cleaning of the aquifer. 3, the Commission not bifurcate water quality and quantity issues and hear them together under the authority of the Commission. And lastly, 4, enforce the Department of Health to attend Commission meetings. Thank you for the opportunity to provide oral testimony.
Thank you very much. Next up is Ann Wright.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm a retired Army colonel and a former U.S. diplomat. I've lived in Honolulu for 20 years. I'm in Houston right now, and unfortunately I have COVID, so my voice is a little bad, but I wanted to make sure that I had the opportunity to provide my comments at this commission hearing. I'm very concerned about the timeline of when the Navy is going to defuel those tanks. We have the issue of their defueling tanks in Manchester, the state of Washington, where it's taken them over 9 years to get this thing moving. And it's a fuel tank complex much smaller than Red Hill. So I would urge the commission to please keep the Navy's feet to the fire. Let's get a good timeline, as was mentioned earlier. And let's listen to the affected families who are still telling us that their water is still polluted and they're still having complications, health complications from that water. So thank you very much, and keep going. Hold their feet to the fire. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we sure hope you get better fully and quickly.
Thank you.
Wayne Tanaka.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Case, members of the Commission. Wayne Tanaka with the Sierra Club of Hawaii. I'd just like to highlight a couple points to support our written testimony and maybe help resolve some of the frustrations that you've been encountering. So first, as Commissioner Buck noted, the Commission is the primary trustee of our public trust water resources. And so as a trustee, just as in any trust, one of your primary overarching responsibilities is to protect the corpus. And in this case, it's our life-giving water. And so, if you're the trustee of a trust fund and someone, steals or embezzles monies from the fund or tries to, then you have a trust duty to go after them, to stop them, and do what it takes to get those monies back. And so right now, someone is threatening to destroy your trust corpus, and you have a duty to do what it takes to stop them. And also wanted to note, secondly, that the public trust has been recognized as transcending state statutes, transcending the state water code. The Supreme Court affirmed this in Waiahole. It said you can use these public trust principles and common law to even inform how you interpret and implement the water code. And the Supreme Court also recognized that resource protection is one of the important underlying purposes of the trust. And so again, you have responsibility to protect the resource, protect the trust corpus. And so you do arguably have both authority and responsibility to impose the kinds of conditions necessary to get the Navy to act with the appropriate sense of urgency. And I know there are some concerns about, or hesitations about, being maybe too bold in what you try to impose, but there is an argument. If there is an argument against your authority, I would say, let that come from the Navy. If there's a challenge and a decision, let that be on the head of the Navy and on the judge. Don't let it be on yours, because if something happens, something even more catastrophic that alters fundamentally life on this island, and there are things you could have maybe done to stop it but didn't, that's going to be, I think, hard to live with, because I know it would be for me. And so I'd urge you to consider and impose some of the additional conditions in our testimony, including water use, accounting and reporting requirements and restrictions that could reduce pumping from Waiava and potentially mitigate plume spread even. As well as depletion of our water resources, and public meeting requirements for Navy leadership to respond directly to public questions and concerns, including questions like Colonel Wright mentioned regarding the increased reports of health issues and oil sheens that are coming out of the Navy's water system. So just respectfully urge you to do what it takes to keep the utmost pressure on the Navy and to make sure that they do treat the situation with the urgency it demands. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up is Dr. Kamala Beamer.
Okay, aloha mai kako. Everyone hear me all right?
Yeah.
So I'm Dr. Kamana Maikalani Beamer. I'm a professor. I'm also a member of the Oahu Water Protectors in Kaohewai, but really I'm testifying not as a UH member, just in my personal capacity and with the Oahu Water Protectors in Kaohewai. I want to mahalo, all of your folks' work. I know this is a volunteer effort, and what I heard from the PIG I thought was very important and thoughtful. I really want to echo the testimonies we heard earlier from Rebecca and Wayne. This is really an unprecedented crisis. We all know that and understand it. You folks are, the kahuwaiwai, our trustees over our most precious resource for our islands, the future of life really on our islands. And I just want to stress, in moments like this, my biggest fear is, yes, the Navy has ordered, they're going to decommission it, but we're back to the stalling tactics. And, there was another spill recently. We really have to act with a sense of urgency. And Wayne is absolutely right. There could be another catastrophic leak. And everyone here that's been working on this issue for the last 6 months or 8 years will be, somewhat accountable. I mean, I think you folks have to look to the public trust and your broad responsibilities and authorities. I said this in a previous testimony with, respect in regard to the AG's office. Maybe because this is so unprecedented, you need to have outside counsel. But I think Wayne is absolutely right. You have to take this like someone is stealing from the trust. Someone is purposely poisoning or defeating, our trust assets for future generations. And let's be real. We know now the future of water on Oahu will never be the same, at least as long as I'm alive. And so you folks really have to act with a sense of urgency and broad authorities. I totally believe this is something that you should litigate. If there's any questions, let the Supreme Court decide. But don't be confined by potential possibilities of what could happen, in a court versus arguing the right cause and right case in this moment. So mahalo all of your efforts. I think, connecting it to permitting conditions and water use is important. I don't see any reason why water should be used on a golf course on a Navy base now or anytime soon until this is addressed. And I think you folks need to act with that level of urgency. So mahalo for your commitment and all of your efforts.
Thank you very much. Next up is Gina Hara.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I want to say thank you for all the work on considering the power of the permit. And also I want to thank Kathy Ho's department for making the map, the visual map on Friday's meeting. And at that meeting, I said that it was the first time I ever heard the Department of Health said that they will defend the water. So what I wanted to bring up was, I feel that the 2021 leaks were because of the current agencies and systems that we locked ourselves into. We went to countless amount of meetings knowing that 27% chance we would have this leak. And yes, it happened on schedule. We know that there's going to be another one on schedule. So if we don't do something new, which is make a new system that actually goes for a solution, not thinking about whatever the Navy says, I feel like Hawaii has to have an agent on behalf of Hawaii. I feel we never had an agent. We've never had an agent going after the solution. That's what we need, like Washington has a Department of Ecology that quickly coordinated things. I don't think adding one person to the C-room is gonna be enough. You might need a whole department. The more I look into the Red Hill, you know, because I am from Halava, yes, but when you research Red Hill, there's 1,000 other chemical leaks from RAB, you know, RAB, they're looking into it. This thing is all affecting the water. When I go to the first meeting on Red Hill, they're talking about 1.3 million tons of activated charcoal by the Board of Water to clean the Eva Plains water from pesticides. Regarding these, every single chemical that comes into Hawaii needs to be accounted for where it goes, because otherwise I'm assuming, maybe I'm assuming wrong, it's going to the water. So this requires not just one additional person. I think realistically, it takes a holistic look at what is our primary industries and how we're going to go forward. Remediation, I want to say, is not just pumping more water and cleaning out the aquifer. I really believe it involves microorganisms, and the answer is there. And that in itself is a new industry, and that in itself can help the Navy or any military become a positive force on the planet versus toxifying every single water source that they come in contact with. The PFOA alone on the EWG map has 467 sites along just US alone. The Oahu Water Protectors was contacted by Okinawans regarding their PFOA in their tap water. Everyone's using a filter now, and their sacred spring for babies is contaminated. So when I bring up the Red Hill now, I can't help but think we need to do something bigger and realistic. So the meetings have not been fruitful at all because we were listening to the Navy. I think Hawaii just needs to get our own disclosures and get our own investigators. Like when you buy a house, you don't rely on someone else's data. You do your own due diligence. I don't see why we're waiting for something from the Navy. We have the right to go in and figure out what we need to do. I don't know if, I don't want to be pushy, but somebody like Hornet, who was fired, was the guy who sounded the alarm regarding, hey, there's a problem. We should be getting a blow-by-blow incident report daily. I'm not talking about once every 6 weeks, 6 months like FTAC. We need a daily report. No one's taking this urgently. When we have a leak in even just a condo, we have to respond within 24 hours. Otherwise, there's going to be mold or some kind of issue, right? We first stop the leak. And then we also have preventative, where someone goes in for risk analysis. We don't even have that going on, and we got that in condos, you know what I mean? So I know you guys are probably tired of me yelling almost. I just want to say that I know you're working really hard, but we need to be smarter. It has to be a systemic change in Hawaii, on how Hawaii approaches water. Water should be prioritized in the building, like DPP, everything, all the planning should be water. Water should not be the enemy when you're building. Water should be should be part of the global climate change project. Water is everything, because the Navy and military is the greatest contributor to climate change. So we don't have much time. We shouldn't be concentrating only on Red Hill. We need to integrate all of our resources to stop climate change through microorganisms and cleaning up the water, and convince the military this is not the way to go, and that there is an industry in remediation, and remediation does not mean just flushing water. It involves microorganisms, which will capture a lot of carbon, 1/3 of the problem. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much. Who else would like to testify? All right, I think
yes.
I think we.
I would.
Okay, go ahead. We'll have.
Let me pull over. Hold on.
Okay, we're gonna have the person who is
Hi,
On Zoom,
can-
Alana, but.
yes, can you hear me?
We have a technical. Okay, try going now. Wait, nope. All right, something changed. Ms., do you have your YouTube on?
My YouTube? No. On my phone.
Okay, how about in the boardroom? Are we okay now? I think we're okay now. Okay, Ms. Alana, go ahead and then we'll have the person in the boardroom testify after that. Go ahead, Ms. Alana. T. Alana, can you hear me?
It's Alana. Hey, I cannot hear. I can hear. Oh no, I can't hear anybody.
Okay, we can hear you. If you can hear me, then go ahead.
You can hear. If you can hear, then go ahead. Can you hear me yet?
Yeah.
Yes? Okay, wonderful. Okay, so excuse me, I need to pull up my notes here. I was getting ready to yell until I heard everybody else's testimony, so I need to redo my readjust my tone here. So, hello, I'm here as a keiki of the land. I'm here as a mother and a steward of Hawaii Pai'aina. Honestly, y'all do not deserve for me to greet you with aloha because there is nothing that you have done to deserve that over all these years. And when I say you guys, I'm talking about the Navy, DOH, EPA, all those acronyms that are involved in this situation. You know, I thank you for having this meeting to actually listen to us. And I pray you really hear what I'm going to say, to open your heart and your mind and listen to what we have been saying, screaming, yelling, and crying about for many years, especially now. Water is life. No water, no life. We all know now more than ever that the Navy has been polluting our lands, our oceans, definitely our aquifer, our animals, the food we grow, and the people who live here. The heartbreaking part is not that the Navy did and is continuing to do to pollute the environment. We expect nothing less of the biggest polluter and land destroyer in the world, but that DOH, EPA, the United States, and all of the departments that belong under the United States knew as well. Interesting how the DOH has changed the EAL levels of the TPH from 50 parts per million to 211 parts per million. Do you really think changing the numbers is going to make it safe? No, it's just making it legal. Everything about this whole situation is a'olepono. Now that everything is coming to light, y'all are trying to keep things hush hush as usual, Navy. Enough with all this red tape, this bureaucracy, paperwork, and BS. They need to just clean up their mess, not just Red Hill, but everywhere. Waihole, Waikane, every place that the Navy has touched. You do realize that according to international law, Hawaii is under a belligerent and illegal occupation by the US military and the United States of America. So basically, y'all have been committing war crimes since 1893, and we are fed up and done with you all and all of your BS. It's time to clean up, pack up, and pay up. No more modifications. Enough is enough. When are we going to learn? They are not going to clean up their mess. They are not going to stop these leaks. It's just going to be a continuation until there is no life left on Oahu. You know, speaking about paying up, we, the residents of Oahu, shouldn't have to pay the extra added expenses the Navy has caused us, meaning our water and electric bills are rising thanks to the Navy. Many of us has purchased water filters, repiped our homes, new appliances that touch the water, new water heaters, anything that the tainted water has touched. Yet, it has added a lot of stress mental, emotional, and physical problems. Now, with this water crisis, let's add tourism to the mix as well. You all need to tell this puppet governor to shut Hawaii down from tourism and from the people moving here. They're contributing to our water supply lessening and creating a housing shortage for those that are trying to move away from the Navy water system, which is in turn causing others to be homeless. This is a way bigger situation than just the Navy and Red Hill. The Navy's illegal occupation and leaking fuel tanks have not only caused us harm to our finances, but many more problems. No amount of money can and will give us clean drinking water in our aquifer ever again. No thanks to the Navy. DOH, EPA, federal government, and the United States all share this responsibility and need to do what's right, not what is in the best interest of, quote, national security, end quote. This is Hawaii, not America. People over profits, and most definitely over the egotistical and greedy excuse of national security. We didn't need the military or the United States back then, and we certainly do not need them now. The only part we need is for you to clean up, get out. You all are nothing but a parasite to our lands, and it needs to stop. And I agree with the microorganisms. I also agree with having nanotechnology take a look at all this. But that is all. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, boardroom, please go ahead.
Aloha mai kako.
Aloha. Yeah, we can. You're a little quiet, but we can hear you.
Okay, aloha mai kako. My name is Davy Ann Momilani Thomas. For decades, I grew up upon Honolulu Aquifer. I refused my hundreds of loved ones on this island to suffer how we suffered. My Navy retired family of 4. We lived at Pearl City Peninsula Navy housing. In our home, we only consume 5% of Navy tap water, and will continue to do so. And how to afford to live out in my local community as retired family. Due to the recent and the past health effects we suffered from and the life lessons trauma, we are conserving Pearl City's water. Therefore, I encourage our Navy Region Hawaii and Pentagon to return the free bottled water to our military community and Kapalina Beach homes. It will help conserve and keep us safe for years to come. It also, Department of Health, you need to please lower your EAL levels to ensure 0 toxins are flowing in our Navy water pipes throughout this island. That is what helped our Navy Region Hawaii and Pentagon win us and continue to cover up. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming to the boardroom today. All right, who else would like to testify?
I think it's my turn.
Okay, go ahead.
Aloha, everyone. My name is Helene Sonora Pale. I'm testifying as an Oahu water protector, daughter, a mother, a sister, an aunt, and Kanaka Maoli. I'm testifying as someone who cares about the people who live on this island and who cares about the ability of my children and future grandchildren being able to live here on Oahu. This is a place on this island. This is where my family roots go back to time immemorial. In order to imagine a healthy future with clean water for our children and grandchildren, I need you to do the following, which is basically take action now. The Navy had, since the leaks in January 2014, to address this issue, and they did nothing. They still have not addressed the dangling, leaky, old tanks above our sole source aquifer. The Navy did nothing and our leaders did nothing We had thousands of gallons of fuel leaking in our water in May and December of 2021, and then more gallons of fuel leaked in April of this year. It will continue, this pattern of fuel leaking into our water will continue until action is taken. Please take the steps to shut down the US military's water as soon as possible, because the reality of the situation is this. The Navy will continue to stall doing the right thing unless their hand is forced and their bluff is called. It's not a matter of if there will be a bigger disaster if nothing is done. It's a matter of when. And I mean, all of us, most of us live here on Oahu, and as a human, as someone who has family, who has children here on Oahu, and I mean, think about the future of your family here. You need to have courage to do the right thing right now, all of you, and to take bold action to rectify this problem, because it's not going to go away. And we are facing probably the greatest disaster Hawaii or this island has ever faced, which is no clean water. And that is not a future I want for my children. And I hope that's not a future that you want for your children. So I'm speaking to you mostly as a mother. I know all of us want clean water to drink. And I want to mahalo all of you for your work so far on trying to address this issue. But listening to the presentation, I don't think it's moving fast enough. I think it needs to be addressed with the urgency that is required, because if this is an urgent matter, it's a life or death matter. Mahalo, aloha.
Thank you very much. I think that's all I have. Did I miss anyone? I don't think I did. Okay, so I would like to make a motion to go into executive session pursuant to section 92-5A4 HRS in order to consult with our attorney on questions and issues pertaining to the board commission's powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities. Is there a second to that?
Second. Second.
Say aye.
Aye.
Dr. Kagawa Viviani, are you opposed or?
There's some lags on my, were you calling for a vote?
So is anyone opposed?
No.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that motion carries and we will go into the breakout room.
Remember to click on choose executive session.
Okay, let's see. I think we are back. Count commissioners, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and an AG. I think we're good. So we're back from executive session on item D1. Okay, so we are back in executive session for item D1 on the permitted interaction group submittal. I just want to make clear to everybody watching that we did not talk any substance on it. We're wanting to be the permitted interaction group process is a very specific one to allow a less than a majority, in this case, 3 commissioners, to do a deep dive on a topic. But when it comes back to the full commission, it's all of the discussion has to be in full sunshine. And there's a very clear statutory process. So we just wanted to be very clear on the process so we do it right. So we are not going to be discussing it at all in this meeting or deliberating in this meeting. We will be taking it up at the next meeting. And that we will have the discussion and deliberation by the commissioners in full sunshine on the recommendation that the permitted interaction group, the submittal that the permitted interaction group gave with facts and findings and recommendations. So we will be taking that up at a future meeting, presumably the June meeting. So with that, we're going to end discussion on the permitted interaction group submittal and recommendations for now, and go on to the next part of agenda item D1. So I think that's, Kaleo, what's next? Is that the Navy?
Sorry, item D2 is up next, Chair, and it's a presentation and update from NAFAC Hawaii. So they're here with us now, and we'll get them on shortly. Oh, there they are. All right. So off to the Navy. You should be and have capability to share at this time. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, Chair Case and Commission. This is Captain Randy Harmeyer, the Public Works Officer at Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam. I want to make sure that you can hear us. Over.
Yes, we can, and we can see your presentation.
Very good. Thank you very much, ma'am. In the room with me, I have Commander Rob Kleinman. He is working on our Red Hill team as well. And then Mr. Jeremy Mitchell is our Deputy Operations Officer. And we've seen each other before. It's been a couple of months since I've been here. And thank you for having us back. We have a short presentation. We'll move to the agenda slide. We're going to talk about some data, some recent data on our joint base water pumpage from our, we'll talk some details on our 3 wells. I'll talk about some water conservation measures that we have underway throughout the joint base, and then Commander Kleinman will talk about Red Hill. So when we speak about our potable water system, of course, we do have 3 wells, and we've talked a lot about the Red Hill shaft, but from a water consumption perspective, we have an allocation on that particular well of 4.659 million gallons per day. The well was secured, as you can see from the data below. It shows a full year's worth of flow data. But as we know, the well was secured on 29 November through 29 January and is currently physically not connected to the rest of the public water system number 360, our joint base system. It is physically not connected. There's no way, even if we wanted to take Red Hill water and put it into the distribution system. It's been reconfigured entirely, but we still are pumping from there. Our 12-month average is 4.6 million gallons per day, and per the permit, we measure that and keep track of that. And that graph down below shows 3 points of information in time. Of course, the red dash is our permit limit. The small dotted line is the actual flow, but that heavy bold line is that 12-month rolling average. And so you can see it closely allocates and aligns with the permit for that shaft. And so generally speaking, we're just under our water use permit allocation for there. On the right there, Aiea Halava shaft, that well was secured on the 3rd of December and remains secure. And as you might expect, even though we have a permit allocation there of about 700,000 gallons per day, our monthly average is well below that. And of course, since it's been secured, that's helped that out quite a bit. So our average is about 240,000 gallons per day, largely because, in the early part of 2021, we did have some use there, but very little use in the last several months. I'll move to the next slide. So the Waiaba shaft, it is, as we mentioned before at other meetings, it is our sole water use for our system. And that is we have an allocation there of nearly 15 million gallons a day. You can see that 14.977. Our 12-month average is over that, 16.326 million gallons per day. So the graph shows the same information as before, and you can see that bold line is trending up. That is, of course, our only source, and therefore we have exceeded that for the past few weeks because we are still maintaining the installation and all the missions on the installation with this one shaft. And so we're above that average at 16.326 million gallons per day. On the right there, we have some information, some data, and that we got this from some public sources, but just some information that we've been using to consider how our water use compares to the yield available. So at the Waipahu-Waiaba aquifer, the information that we gleaned from public records are there is 105 million gallons per day sustainable yield from that particular aquifer where our shaft is pulling from. Just over 84 million gallons per day is permitted. Certainly not for us, but through somewhere around 50 permits, if I'm not mistaken. The pumpage there, as we've discovered in the public record, is about 55 million gallons a day, therefore leaving about 20 available for permitted allocation. But then again, comparing it to the yield of the aquifer, somewhere around 50 million gallons a day available in the aquifer, not all of which is permitted. From our actions, the Navy is monitoring and reporting the quality and quantity of water, of course, in our system and for our own customers and for the public record. We're very interested in the quality of our water that's coming out of Waiaba and that we're producing for use. And we're very sensitive to the quantity as well. We're monitoring that pumpage on a daily basis, ensuring that our leadership knows what we're using, how much we're using, and what we're using it for. We have implemented some conservation measures that I'll talk about in a few moments. We're also measuring our chloride sampling at Waiaba and Red Hill shafts. We know that's a sensitive parameter for all public water systems. And then we're reporting our pumpage and chlorides to the commission on a weekly basis as well. We also have some aquifer level monitoring that we do remotely with our SCADA systems. And then we're intending to have a contract, do some distribution monitoring, and inline analyzer installation is another action we're taking to ensure we understand what's happening with our system, and if there's a risk at all, that we catch that early in terms of quality and quantity. So the next slide is a little bit of a graphic of how we're using our water and what the amounts are. So the Waiaba being, again, our sole source for our system, our total user consumption is down over 20%. What I mean by that is we've made some conservation measures, knowing that we have one source of water, And we don't want to risk overusing our system, over pumping. We have physical limitations of how much we can pump and how much capacity we have. However, we still are over our water use permit level, but when compared with normal consumption of a year ago, we're down over 20%. Right? What we've done to get to that data point. Early on, we reduced our irrigation. We're in the range of 50% reduction in irrigation. Irrigation, along with household use for our over 9,000 residences, is our single kind of biggest use of water. And so we reduced that irrigation by 50%. We've recently seen that we continue to have more strain on the water capacity. And so we're going to increase it, we're going to decrease irrigation even more tactically in certain areas. I expect that there are going to be some areas that on our installation that get zero irrigation, so that we can ensure that certain areas get at least minimal irrigation. Other things we've done, we've secured car washing and high use operations. We're minimizing pressure washing and things like that. And then tenant and resident voluntary reductions. We're highly encouraging, as is done out in town, as much water conservation as can be possibly done. For example, if somebody wants to wash their car very, very minimally, very quickly, and also if there's any private sprinklers going on, that it's done at the right time and a very minimal amount at their residences. Ongoing and recurring actions of continual public communication about the need to reduce resource use. We've recently completed 1,900 installations of low flow shower heads. And those are not in our residences. PBV partners do that, but in our fitness centers and in our barracks and dorms. And so where we can put those systems in, we're doing that so that we minimize the flow and any waste we might have coming out of showers. And then leak reporting and leak detection. We highly encourage and get, whenever anybody reports anything that shows a waste of water, we're on that very quickly. We always were, but now there's a heightened attention to making sure that we do not have any leaks in our system that we can fix. Long-term system improvement options on the right there. The Navy is undertaking a water resource management study. Some of the factors that will be considered: water use for Red Hill water use and reuse options, non-potable being one, but potable as we can. Other types of water production methods and techniques, including desalinization. That's a big investment. And that's something that we'd definitely be working with the Department of Health on if the Navy decided that was a way to go. And then R1 type system and usage, that is the non-potable system that's operated by Board of Water Supply as well. Is there options to and opportunities to become a customer for that commodity? And then wastewater effluent reuse, something that's done industry-wide, not certainly specific to the Navy, but this is something that around the country, in the West, for example, wastewater effluent reuse is a viable option, certainly for irrigation and other non-potable uses. Other things we need to do and are working on: advanced metering. As I mentioned, or perhaps our system is not exactly built like a public water system. And so we don't have meters in all the locations where it would be useful to ensure the flow and the use is proper. So we're working on that. SCADA upgrades, that's supervisory control and data acquisition system, very common industry way to see where we can keep track of the flow, the quantity, and the quality of the water early on, and make sure we measure and manage the system properly. HVAC designs and modifications, an unknown, not widely known use of water is for cooling and HVAC, and there's evaporation that's involved there. And so we have a lot of HVAC systems that are a little bit outdated, could use an upgrade to minimize that evaporation. And then smart irrigation and xeriscaping. We would like to keep the base and the ground and the geology in good health. That does require good ground cover, but can we do that smartly and use less water? Those are other actions that we're going to consider when we think long-term system improvement options. Here's some kind of stock messaging that we've used to inform the residents and our customers of what we might do to conserve water, or to let the Public Works Office know that there's an issue where water is being wasted. Nothing here is specific to the Navy. It's more of a water purveyor message to all customers. And that may be. Oh, sorry. Okay, and that concludes the message on water use with regard to our permit levels and conservation actions. And we'll move on to Commander Kleiman to talk about Red Hill.
Hey, good afternoon. Again, Commander Kleiman here. Provide just a quick update on the efforts and activities at Red Hill from an environmental focus. So kind of bracketed in three separate conversations with recovery and remediation, monitoring and modeling. Under recovery and remediation, the first thing is we're currently doing direct fuel recovery through both skimming operation and absorbent. So that's, I know, previously been discussed before, but in the actual Red Hill shaft, we have a skimmer that is currently there to collect any free product and absorb materials that are that only pick up fuel-related product and not water. We currently are actually seeing less and less free product picked up by both those means and methods, which and by visual observation there is less and less surface product there. As we look at the shortly after the November 20th release in December, we installed a series of soil vapor monitoring ports throughout the lower tunnel, which is where the Red Hill shaft is located. So as you orientate your @3, for those that have been up to Red Hill, that's the entrance to the tunnel. So that's just where the entrance location. And that lower tunnel, we installed about 50 plus monitoring ports. Since that time, we're actually working to install and looking this summer to install medium and deeper monitoring ports to further that characterization. Because right now, the deepest ports we have are about 5 feet deep. So working with Department of Health and regulatory agencies to work a plan to install those over the summertime. Kind of staying by @3 location, starting actually this month, there's a holding tank and leach tank. So after the 20 November release, some of the product that was released then got into the groundwater sump system that was then moved into a leach and holding tank just outside @3. So that fuel has been removed, but now we're in the process of award a contract and working with the regulatory agencies for approval, and then also to then move out and excavate that leach and holding tank. And then after the removal of the actual tanks, we'll do additional analysis to see how much soil we'll then also remove to do direct recovery and remediation of that location. For the monitoring, we continue to do weekly groundwater and soil vapor monitoring, and provide that to Department of Health on a weekly basis. One of the big efforts right now is expand network. Data is by far the biggest thing that we need so that we can make informed decisions. And we are currently expanding that well network through both plume delineation wells, which is the well network that's going to be directly around the Red Hill shaft, and a Sentinel well program, which is wells positioned between the Red Hill facility and local receptors, the Board Water Supply and the Navy water shaft locations. For the plume delineation wells, we have a plan to install 10 wells directly around the Red Hill shaft. 4 of those are currently being drilled today, with the first 2 expected to be completed in June, early June, with initial data more likely in mid to late July associated with those wells. The Sentinel well program, we've working with most of those Sentinel wells are located off of Navy property, and so we are working with the appropriate landholders for access easement so that we can install those wells. We've had promising dialogue with our top priority Sentinel wells this week, so there's hope that we can move quickly through the real estate action so that the Navy can begin drilling out there. For the modeling program, so we're currently working a schedule with our regulatory agencies to work a schedule for when we're going to have the groundwater flow model updated to meet regulatory approval. I think that's the primary things I want to cover, and then standing by for any questions.
Chair Case, over to you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, questions, Commissioners, Mr. Buck, and then Mr. Hannes.
So I'm trying to make sure I understand. Currently, you're pumping full on from the Red Hill shaft, and that's part of the trying to clean up, and that's going into the stream. And you're currently pumping your permit on the Waiava shaft by 1 million gallons per day. Is that what I heard?
Yes, sir. Yeah, and that was given March 22 data. So we don't have yet the April numbers.
I think that was the April data.
Excuse me, that was the April data. Sorry about that.
Okay, and so currently violation, you're in current violation of your water use permit based on the amount that you're pumping at this time.
Correct.
Oh, okay, and then the conservation efforts, about approximately how much water do you think you've been able to reduce with your conservation efforts?
On the order of 3 million gallons a day, I think is where we are saving, and how much we have reduced our normal usage. Roughly half of our irrigation, which hovered around 5 to 6 million gallons a day, plus the other reductions in car washing and the other things that I mentioned, we think we're on the order of 3 million gallons a day.
Any opportunity with the 4.65 from Red Hill Shaft that's going through the purification process that can be used for your irrigation or other non-potable needs rather than having to overpump the Waiava shaft?
Yes, sir.
I looked at that.
We absolutely, that was early on something that we began to be very interested in. That the challenge is getting that water to where it's needed. It cannot be as the way it is now. It cannot be reconnected to the potable water distribution system, but getting that water, that 4.5 million gallons a day, from where it's being put into the stream down to where it could be used on the property is the challenge.
You know, that doesn't sound like that would be that hard. And we're not talking about potable water. We're talking about I mean, you guys have a lot of capability. That's just, that rocket science. It's uphill going to downhill.
Right.
And,
So,
one other question.
Yeah.
One other question. You had your smart irrigation is long term. What I heard from you want to keep we're asking people on the whole island to reduce your capacity, and you're in violation, and you're over pumping your permit. So it just presents a picture that just, it doesn't read well. So if there's possibility for smart irrigation to be shorter term, and it includes using through the purification process, the Red Hill shaft water, which is a lot of water to be utilized for non-potable, that to me, if you guys decided that's what you wanted to do, I can't believe you couldn't make that happen very quick.
Thank you, sir.
And one other question. So what happened if the commission said, no, you cannot pump 15.998 MGD from Waiava, you're over pumping and we're in an emergency water shortage? What would you do? Stop irrigating?
It would be a decision of our leadership. So as the public works officer, I respond to direction from Navy region leadership, and we could certainly secure, it's technically possible to secure any water use that we have. Whether or not that would be the decision of Navy leadership, I couldn't speak to that.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, and I'm only one commissioner, but that would be my recommendation to the other commissioners, that you shouldn't be allowed to over pump the Waiaba shaft at this time, because we think there's maybe alternatives for your non-potable uses, and hopefully you can have that same sense of urgency that we all have in this issue. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'll build on that last point in a little bit different way. And I would suggest you come up with a plan to reduce your current needs by 1.4 MGD, because that's the amount you're over pumping, right? So you need a plan. I mean, right now you've got some laudable efforts to conserve, and they will produce whatever savings they can. But I just suggest you work backward from the target of, we don't want to exceed our sustainable yield over a long period of time. We're motivated to bring that pumping down. And so you're going to need a plan to really kind of bring yourself into alignment here. And I know it's all very sudden and so forth, but this is not a sustainable solution for any of us. So I think that point's made. Are you monitoring? What are your monitoring protocols for the water that's going into Halawa Stream? There's been public concern about that. And could you share with us what you're doing to assure the safety of that ecological system?
Yes, sir. Commander Clement here. I can talk to that. At the actual system itself, both the influent and effluent is monitored in a couple different tiers. So the whole system actually itself is under Department of Health permit, the NPDES discharge permit. So we have compliance sampling associated with, as DOH specified in our permit, to operate the GAC system. We also have both inline analyzers, both influent and effluent, that's doing a real-time analysis for total hydrocarbons. We also take every 4 hours, we do manual sampling for total petroleum hydrocarbons for gas, diesel, and oil every 4 hours as well. At this point, all of our discharge in the Halawa Stream has been in accordance with the MPDS permit requirements. So there's a series of constituents we have to evaluate the water for. And from a total petroleum hydrocarbon perspective, it's been non-detect for every sample we've taken. And that's done by a mainland third-party laboratory.
Okay, so are you doing any community outreach since these systems really are shared by the larger community? To what extent are you kind of reaching out to them to make sure that they understand what you're doing and what you're finding in your monitoring, and really having a dialogue about the health of that system?
Yeah, absolutely. So prior to actually turning the system online, we actually had a series of outreach initiatives where we brought community leaders, especially in the Halawa Valley area, to walk them through what we were doing. And then right after it came online as well, also to show people kind of the actual system itself. From a scientific approach, we've actually partnered with the University of Hawaii, who did a baseline ecological assessment prior to these systems turning online, and they're doing periodic assessments while the system is online. In addition to Navy environmental professionals who are actually doing visual observations along the Halawa Stream to look for any potential impact associated to that discharge.
As you participate in these hearings with us, you might take notice of those who testify about this concern, and maybe have a targeted outreach to them based on their concern, and really upgrade the level of dialogue between you and these concerned parties. Last question is, I think you said that you're seeing less signs of the contaminant in your remediation due to your remediation efforts. And I'm trying to reconcile that with what we just learned recently over the media from Board of Water Supply, that the contamination is radiating in that Halawa system aquifer. So what is it? Are you winning the battle, or are we just not testing in the same places?
No, I mean it's all the same data, and so that definitely what. And I do want to make sure. Can you guys hear me? Okay, I am talking through.
Yes.
Okay. It is the same data the Department of Health is using in the Navy. And when I talk about the visual observations inside the Red Hill shaft, The actual, the location where we pull the water out from the pumps, that at the surface level is becoming more clear. So that's where we have direct recovery efforts with the skimmers and the absorbent materials. The Navy is also working with the Department of Health for the interpretation of data that from the different groundwater monitoring locations that depicted the graphic from last Friday during the FTAC. And so there, I think, and then the additional monitoring wells that we're planning to install will help us understand, from a data perspective, the conditions of the overall, how the concentration of the contaminants are going.
So that data seemed to be of grave concern to, I know, Ernie Lau at Board of Water Supply and perhaps to DOH as well. Is it of concern to you, and what are you going to do to change your systems, your remediation systems, to kind of address this growing concern?
Yeah, obviously, the Navy takes this effort extremely seriously, and so we're definitely using the data that both Department of Health, the interpretation of data and then the interpretation of Navy to work in partnership with Department of Health and EPA to inform remediation efforts. Because that's all I have.
If I refer to you to use the metaphor of medical treatment, if a doctor gave me something and the infection was still spreading, I'd try something else. So it could be that you need to sit down with DOH and Board of Water Supply to do what you can to try and get better results. Thank you.
Okay, other questions? Dr. Kagawa Viviani?
I think Commissioner Meyer, did you have a question?
Oh, sorry, yes, Commissioner Meyer.
Oh, you're muted.
Yeah, thank you very much. My questions were asked and answered in the course of discussion with Commissioner Brock and Commissioner Hannes. Thanks very much, gentlemen. Enjoyed the presentation. Thanks very much.
Kagawa Viviani.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation and update on the Navy's conservation issues and up-to-date information on Waiava. I have questions first on the Red Hill environmental update, and you mentioned skimming is continuing. How much recovery of free product have you, total recovery have you folks accomplished so far?
Yeah, so the total recovery to date, so that'd be around early December, has been about 150 gallons of free product.
And then, the tracking of the Red Hill treated influent and effluent, you mentioned that you're doing TPH and manual sampling, TPHG, TPHD, and TPHO. Is that data made available publicly?
I'll have to verify. We do every month. We provide our MPDS report to Department of Health. I'll have to see how that is being publicly shared.
Okay. And then for that, what is your method limit of detection relative to the DOH EAL? Because you said you have been below DOH EALs, but what is the method limit of detection?
Yeah, I'll have to verify with the laboratory, but typically the method detection limit for the different TPHG, O, and D range is usually below 100 ppb.
Okay, yeah, that information would be useful to post publicly to make clear. And so another question I have is sort of maybe a little tangential, but given that there is anticipated defueling process, there's a lot of monitoring and sentinel wells situated around the facility and at it 3, but is there a sort of, in the siting of those wells, is it also locations where we could potentially monitor for pipeline releases during the important defueling process? I mean, does that, I don't know where the lines are, I assume it's a security issue, but is that being considered in the siting at all?
Guys, so right now, the siting of the wells that we're currently installing or plan to install right at this moment, we're focused around looking at the recent spills. The separate effort about looking at the defueling plan of action, both from an infrastructure perspective and planning, is currently ongoing and separate from what I'm briefing right now.
Okay, I have 2 more questions. One is, there's concerning accounts now of new fuel issues in household taps. And I guess what I'm thinking is, because Waiava is the sole source for the distribution system, it would be good to eliminate the possibility of Waiava being the source for that. Have you guys made progress, or do you have an investigation on, sort of this new, what sounds like new appearances of kind of household level contamination?
Captain Harmeyer, there is no fuel in our potable water system. We test every request from a resident for total petroleum hydrocarbons on the order of 260, I think, tests since February. There's been no detection of any kind of fuel in the existing system. And of course, we are doing our long-term monitoring, which hasn't found any indication of hydrocarbons as well in any part of our distribution system since the incident from November, and then subsequent flushing and clearing of the zones. So that we cannot see any risk whatsoever of fuel, certainly from the Waiava shaft entering the potable water system. But we are monitoring very closely to ensure that if there were a risk, that we would catch that much sooner than before. But constant monitoring shows no indication of fuel, notwithstanding several reports and requests for testing from our customers. Over.
Okay, so what are those the same EPA-based methods for TPH analysis that have been used elsewhere?
Yeah, it is Commander Climate. So those two things that are happening on the distribution system. So we've done over 1,600 actually samples since, and these are certified mainland laboratories from the Department of Health perspective that are using the methods that were utilized for Department of Health to issue the amended health advisory, that have not had any indications of JP5 or jet fuel in the system in the last couple of months. Captain Harmeyer was also talking, we have a kind of portable analyzer for a rapid evaluation of the water that we can do same day to look for pH in the D, G, and O range, which we also haven't seen any indications of TPH in the water at this point. So we are also aware of the concerns that the residents have brought up, both from a visual and also potentially medical concerns. So we are evaluating each one, either by having someone go out there if the request comes, but also taking a look at if there is any other questions to be answered, maybe that might be out there that could be causing this. Because right now, from a data perspective, we're just not seeing it through all the robust testing that's happening.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I guess it would be good to sort of eliminate, because my first thought is that if it's coming from Waiava, that tells us something about the aquifer that we don't really want to hear.
Yeah,
so it's good to know that you guys are going through a process of elimination and trying to investigate. Sorry, continue.
Yeah, so I just wanted to jump. I might have just not mentioned it, but we are testing the Waiava shaft as well.
Yeah,
and we've tested it periodically, and we just tested it recently, and it has no indications of any kind of contaminant. It's no concern for the water, the source water.
Are you folks exploring different types of technologies? And I ask this because after talking to people who work in petroleum, there's well-known optical methods using UV fluorescence that are quite sensitive, even if non-target, that can detect at pretty low limits compared to the EPA methods, which have problems in the extraction step.
I know that we are exploring that as an idea, especially at the Red Hill location. I'll have to see if we've explored that from a drinking water perspective, but from the environmental aspect associated to site characterization and the future recovery remediation, we are exploring that idea.
Okay. Thanks. And I just wanted to recognize, you mentioned inline analyzers for water quality and your long-term distribution monitoring, and that sounds like a really great idea.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions, commissioners? Mr. Katayama.
All right, thank you, Chair. Just a very quick question. One is for housekeeping. Is the Waiava graphs in slides 2 and 5 the same data?
Double check.
For the monthly pumping?
Are you talking slides 4 and 5?
Yeah.
That's correct.
Yeah, so slide 4 was just the Waiava shaft pumpage, but slide 5 was the total water that was delivered in the system. So from the left side of the graph up until December, it included Red Hill and Aiea
Okay, okay. Now, I guess the next question is, in your monitoring for the Sentinel wells or whatever you're doing, what's the timeline of getting the coverage that has been agreed to? Getting it in place?
Yeah, so for the plume, the plume delineation wells, those are 4 of those are under construction right now. So we'll have those initial results for the first 2 probably around July or August. The Sentinel wells is a little more complicated because it's not on U.S. government property, and so we're working with the private landholders right now for access, and so that will probably be the time driver associated to when we're going to be able to start drilling. So I can't speak to a specific, but I can tell you we're working very aggressively with them to, not in a negative way, but to try to address any concerns they have so we can get to a real estate agreement so that we can just to start the program.
So based on your current negotiations, what is sort of the expected online date that you're looking at? Or what is?
I unfortunately don't have a date right now.
Are the costs for these wells fully funded at this point?
Yeah, there's no concern about money for this.
Okay, great. What is the issue with negotiating the access for the sites?
I think right now there's no ongoing issue. Just took some time to get to I guess to identify potential concerns associated to us accessing the site. So right now there are no ongoing issues. It's just part of the negotiation process.
So if it's a matter of due course, no, I guess, expectations of when these wells will be installed?
I mean, yeah, unfortunately, I don't have a date right now.
Okay. I think we need the data to help provide confidence in what the quality impact to the aquifer is. Okay, thank you.
I 100% agree.
I have one last question, but Chair sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay. I recall you mentioned Aiea Halava is offline. And could you explain, I know it makes up a very small portion of the Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam water demand, but can you explain, I guess, the situation around that, if it's a concern about transport or contamination, and if you think, what the Navy's plans are around Aiea Halava?
Well, as you indicated, it may not move the needle very much in terms of capacity, so it hasn't been a high priority to bring it back online. But I think it is in general kind of in concert with the as yet perhaps not fully understood way that the potential contaminations could be moving. We don't want to present a risk if we don't understand it by turning that well on. And we also know that nearby Board of Water Supply wells are also off, and so we're kind of in concert with the general status quo until we fully understand if there's any risk whatsoever to turning Halava back up.
Okay, and then, sorry, one more follow-up. That's great to hear you guys are going to be making progress about the groundwater flow modeling. But given, I think, what I've come to understand is that there can be flow in directions other than the the advection in the direction of flow. So what is the status of progress on the contaminant feed and transport models that take into account multi-phase, sorry, I forget what it's called, but the sort of complexity of this contaminant?
Yeah, so that is actually, what we're working right now is a revised schedule with the Department of Health and the EPA that would also to revise our groundwater flow model to then include the contaminant fate and transport model as well. So that schedule is currently under discussion with the regulators.
Thanks. And I just want to say, I think the metering of this Navy system will be really important in terms of managing conservation. So appreciate hearing that that's in the plans.
Thank you.
I'd like to just check if we have public testimony on this item. Okay, I guess not. So, all right. Oh, none. Okay, thank you, Rand. Any other questions, commissioners? Okay, hearing none. Thank you, Navy folks, for that presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Appreciate that very much, and appreciate your continuing updates to the commission here as we work our way through our particular responsibilities here. Okay, I think that, does that bring us to the end of the agenda? Sorry, I closed out my agenda, so.
Yes, Chair.
Alrighty. Thank you all very much then. That brings us to the end of this meeting, and we appreciate all of your, again, time and attention and everyone's input. All right, have a good rest of your day.